All right, hello, hola, ¿cómo están? We're just getting started today. I've been sick. If you haven't caught any of my TikToks or stories on socials, I was pretty sick. I had to go to the ER, so um, it's not an apology, but I just wanted to let you know why I haven't been streaming as much and why I haven't been around. But I plan to be here um, consistently on Thursdays, and I'm thinking about adding Monday and Wednesday as well, although I'll talk more about that later. Today, I want to do something a little different than maybe anything I've ever done before on Twitch. So, yeah, that's kind of scary, but also kind of exciting. And sorry about the echo. We'll talk about what that means and why in just a second. So this is my second time doing a just chatting. Hey, what's up, Blizzard Beast? Hey, thank you. Exciting as man. All right. Hello, hello. I'm going to send you some Divness love. That's my little custom emote. Oh, I put two of them by accident. That's okay. I don't mind that. As I was saying, this is my second time doing just chatting, and I think the first time was pretty successful. I was pretty happy about it, and thank you for being here, by the way, Blizzard Beast 12 and Kuta 88. I'm guessing. If I say it wrong, let me know. But what I was saying is that today I'm going to talk about something a little bit serious. I am going to try to stay away or steer clear from the really, let's call them, most traumatic parts of the story, just because it is indeed a Twitch stream, but I will talk about them. It's a little bit raw for me. I'm still working out some of that stuff. Hola, ¿qué onda? Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm so happy you're here. You're gonna talk with me. I might even add you on Discord, babe. If you want. You don't have to. You're not obligated, but you know me IRL, so. Hey, I think that I just got a follow or a sub. Let's see. Yay! Thank you, Seth Rogen knockoff, for the follow. Yeah, we're gonna steer clear of the most triggering parts. Exactly. I will talk about those one-on-one with people, but it's kind of hard to do that in a Twitch stream, especially, and keep it together, because it does require. Hey, oh my God! Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. That's 3 of 100 for my subathon. About a month ago. So let's go. Let's talk about growing up gay and Mormon. Yeah, you're fine. I'm gonna be in the Divness Bear Discord. I don't remember if I invited you to that yet, but you are cordially invited. And if I haven't done it yet, let me do it now for you. Shoot, I have to find you. I can do that though. It's pretty easy. Why did I not see you? It's really obnoxious. Okay. Anyways, there's a link for it anyway if you're invited but forgot it. So just join when you can. Hey! Yeah, thanks. Whatever. It's subscriptions, BB. Hi yo. You're a soft top. Don't lie about it. Anyways, John Lax, welcome. I really appreciate. You don't have to. It's just if you want to join me on voice, you're more than welcome to stay in on chat. No, well, if you want to talk to me on voice, you'll have to be in Discord. Yeah, that's the only way to do it. So, yeah. So let me start out. So let me give you a little bit of context. I had a therapy session today. I've been doing a trauma-focused therapy for the first time in my life. Yeah, I'm glad you did. I'm good. I'm happy you're here. I really appreciate it. Make sure you follow me so that... oh, yeah, actually you already did, so thank you so much. I just see that. Let me take a drink and a breath, and then let's go. Like I said, I've been doing some trauma-based therapy, and it was to talk about something that I have honestly left. I'm going to call it Pandora's box, okay, or my personal Pandora's box, which is that I went through conversion therapy, or reparative therapy, which is to become straight because I'm gay. And it didn't work, but I grew up. Maybe it depends. Depends how hard y'all are on me, right? No, I'm just kidding. So, as I've talked about it before, but it truly is awful. I was only 17, and I was forced into it. Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. So, I'm not going to talk about that right now very much, but what I want to give you that information so you have the context of everything that comes after this, which is that as I've opened that box, if you will, it's given me a way to talk about growing up Mormon and gay in a way that before I sort of shut down or foreclosed on. If you're familiar with that, it's from a book called The Velvet Rage. I wasn't willing to open up the subject. I wasn't willing to get into detail about it, allow myself to feel like what that was like. And that's sort of a process. In a way, this is a little bit like therapy for me, but it's not really that. I handle that with a therapist. This is more just sort of, I don't know, a mixed bag. We're just chatting about it. There's no I think I put this on the TikTok. There's no necessarily this is the right way, this is the only way, this is the truth. Is this a dino boy? Did you join me?
Yeah, I'm in Discord. I was just listening to what you were saying.
Oh, hey BB, what's up?
Hey girl, how you doing? What were you talking about? If you don't mind me asking.
Did you join the Twitch yet?
No, I'm
okay.
I'm playing video games.
No, that's fine, Cody. We're chatting about something kind of serious today. We're talking about me growing up gay and Mormon, so it's gonna be interesting. But thank you for being here on voice.
So no memes while it's serious talk.
No, you know what, levity is good too, right? You can break the seriousness of the moment with levity as you need, or a joke. It's fine, I don't mind. But feel free to ask me anything. So I'm going to be talking to the Twitch viewers, but you're also here too as part of this, and I appreciate you being on here with me. What are you playing, Cody?
The Evil Dead game.
Oh, nice, very cool. So what I was telling everyone is I've been going to therapy, like a trauma-based therapy, and it's kind of because I think I told you I went through conversion therapy when I was 17. So it's like opened like a box, kind of like Pandora's box, if you will, but it's also allowed me to connect better to maybe parts of myself that I locked away for a long time too with that box, because trauma does weird things to your mind. It's been cool. I've been watching some of the Marvel shows or other things in this theme. I don't know if it's just me because of the therapy I'm going through, but I really feel like some of the writing lately in Moon Knight or even Picard focuses a lot about how humans get stuck in the past or stuck in a moment and have to go back to that moment to move on, because there's things we hide away from our minds that are too much to handle at the time. It's really interesting. There's a lot of science behind it. There's a lot of pseudoscience about it. There's a lot of unknowns too, so it's all kind of a range of things. But I'm not really going to talk about the trauma today. That's not my point. I don't know if that's appropriate for Twitch. That's probably more appropriate for one-on-one talks, But I do want to talk about what it meant to grow up Mormon, because that's part of this whole story, is that bigger context. So anyways, yeah, thanks for being here, Cody. I'm glad you joined me in the chat. So
yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
I love talking about trauma.
I know, right? It's the best, isn't it?
Yes.
So Cody, what do you know about Mormonism? Have we talked about this before?
No, I don't know. I don't know much about any religion really.
Oh, okay. No worries. Well, feel free to
Is
ask
that
me any questions
what you
because
meant?
yeah,
But
feel free to ask me any questions because I'm sure that a lot of people will be in the same boat as you and not
yeah.
really understand what it's like to be in that context. So, I guess like first things first, we'll just kind of like lay the groundwork. I was born in Utah. My parents were Mormon. They were young, newly married. I'm the oldest kid, and I grew up Mormon from birth. Their parents had been Mormon. Their parents' parents had been Mormon. You know, it goes back a couple generations. At some point, somebody's ancestors crossed the plains. Getting into really like the interesting parts, like my great great something great aunt married Joseph Smith as one of his wives, so that's kind of crazy. But her name was Desdemona Fulmer. Um, but anyways, the point is like Mormonism's sort of in my blood, right, or at least in my heritage, and I grew up and you hear Mormons go to church a lot. Like every church, you go to church every Sunday. It's for 3 hours. The first hour is like the sacrament meeting. The second hour is, well, for a kid, you just go to primary, which is like you have a lesson with people your age. I think that like the 5-year-olds are called sunbeams, and then there's different ones that go up the age rank or whatever. But Valiants, I can't remember all of them right now. But and then you have like singing time and stuff. But you hear messages from the time you're young, right, to now. Anyways, that's just like a little bit about Mormonism, but that's like the basic shit, I guess. Not like anything too crazy. But I'm no longer Mormon, so let me start with that too. So I have a different, and be upfront about that. I'm no longer Mormon. I have a very different view than when I grew up originally in the church. But yeah. Anyways, we'll take a little break from that for a second. But what? How's your game going, Cody?
It's going pretty good. I'm digging the game.
Nice. So it's the Evil Dead game?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Excellent.
Yeah. It feels like Dead by Daylight kind of. If you ever played that game.
Oh, so it's like survival horror?
Yeah, and there's a third-person shooter aspect to it too. That's pretty fun.
Okay, right on. How's the sound, by the way, Cody? Does it sound okay? Can you hear my voice and everything?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, good. It's good quality and whatnot. Oh, well, I guess you're on Discord, not on Twitch, but it's all good. Check that out for me when you can in a minute, but you'll hear an echo, so you don't have to listen to it too much. Yeah, did you ever go to church, Cody? Or did you ever, like, have friends try to get you to go to church?
No, I went to church once. It's pretty boring. So
Was it like a Catholic church, or what kind of church did you go to?
I don't know. It was like, I wasn't really sure.
Oh, that's cool. That's whatever. I know I'm not like the only one who's grown up religious and gay. I've happened to like have met quite a few people in the community, and it's kind of an interesting spot to be in, right? Because you're not like when you go to a gay bar, like I don't know, you're not talking about religion very much, right? Like that's not something that most people talk about at a gay event or a gay bar. You know,
Yeah.
it can come up, like, especially if someone grew up in Utah, then you're like, oh, are you Mormon? But a lot of times, it's just kind of not talked about as much, at least in like, the official spaces, quote-unquote. But, I mean, privately, I've talked to lots of people about their experiences, and unfortunately, a lot of people have been through some pretty traumatic ones with growing up, or at least experiences that were difficult, if they don't, you know, necessarily get to that level of trauma. But yeah, anyways, I'll game in a minute maybe. But what was I gonna say about all this? That's a good question.
What was the question?
No, like, what do I want to say about growing up gay and Mormon? It's a big topic, but Santos said to get dressed, get a haircut. I don't get the sub talk. I'm a dom top. Thanks, buddy. No. Twitch chat's wild, you know? It's pretty fun, though. Let me check Facebook real quick. Sometimes people leave me comments there and I don't see them forever. It's all good, though. No, nothing too crazy there right now. Yeah, so what's up with you, Cody?
Nothing much. Just been playing games. Christopher comes back on Sunday, so that's exciting.
Yeah, that is pretty exciting. So he's been away for a bit.
Yeah.
Aww.
Aww.
Aww. Yeah, I've been sick. Did you see? Yeah, you knew that. Yeah, I'm starting to finally feel better.
You had like a stomach virus or something like that?
No, I had a bacterial infection, so the antibiotics they gave me didn't work, so that was horrible. But then they gave me new antibiotics, and it was much better. And yeah. That's my story. Yeah, I had to go to Santa Clarita because like it's through UCLA, so that was the easiest way to set it up. We couldn't figure out how to do it in Bakersfield because they're different systems, you know, and that's always been my trouble, is like getting the two, like all that medical stuff to connect. But so everything's kind of just through UCLA now. But yeah, they gave me 2 shots in the butt. They gave me 2 grams of an antibiotic, and it helped me a lot. That day I still felt pretty but then I woke up the next day. 2 shots in the butt cheeks, 1 per cheek.
Have you ever had an STD before?
Yes, I have.
You know which one? Do they give a shot for both of them, or just?
No, they usually only give that one for syphilis, but I've
I've
really?
I've got an I haven't had syphilis.
Oh, okay.
Yet. But I haven't had it, but I remember getting a shot before.
So when I had it, they just gave me this powder that I put in a cup of water and drink. It was like a one-time dose of I think it's called a Z-Pack or something, of an antibiotic, and it cleared it right up. So sometimes you have to take like a second dose. But anyways, it was not pleasant, but you know, we got through it. So it's important to get tested or whatnot. So yeah, I think it was something I ate actually, because nobody else got sick. So I got it in Palm Springs though. So I think, and came back the next day, woke up like with this panic dream at 3 a.m. and started vomiting, and then I had diarrhea for 10 days straight, which is super great, by the way. And it dehydrates you, so I had to go to the ER on that day, and because everything just kind of went right through me. I know this is gross, right? But it's just what I got to live through, so it's super great. Anyways, back to therapy. Yeah, no, my therapy was really good today. We actually mostly talked about getting a job, but then at the end of it, I told him that we needed to talk about me growing up Mormon, because like I just kind of shut down. Like I felt like too much shame around not being Mormon anymore to talk about it, and so like as I've like opened up about other stuff, it feels like more safe to like feel that stuff. Does that make sense? Like, have you ever had anything like that in your life?
I think so.
I know it's hard, and like not everybody goes through trauma, so it's not, you know, obviously not universal, but it does like happen in other ways to different degrees, right?
So like I'm a super cynical person.
I know.
So I know. What? So it's hard for me to like put myself in the shoes of someone who's experienced trauma.
Okay.
But I can empathize that. I could understand that you went through trauma.
Yeah.
You're dealing with it.
Yeah, for sure. So like, one of the things I said that was, I think, kind of interesting, because at least it was from previous therapies I had, because it's not like I've never talked about growing a Mormon before, but it's just kind of like seeing it in a new light, is that there's some things that I got from it that obviously helped me, like my career. Like, I teach Spanish, so where did I learn that? I was a Mormon missionary, you know. Where did I learn? I mean, I don't know, it's my personality, but definitely was encouraged to be like kind and sweet. That's from being Mormon. That's not like a bad thing. It's just bad if you never balance that with like setting boundaries for yourself, you know what I mean? Like, which is something I've had to learn. I've had to like learn to balance. But my point is, like, a lot of it isn't that it's good or bad. It's just, it's about, for me at least, being in balance with things. Like, one of the major values that Mormonism has that I think is the most difficult is obedience. So there's a lot of groupthink in the church, and there's a lot of like, we have to follow what the church says. You know, obviously every church has that to a degree, but in Mormonism, there's like these ways that it really kind of like creeps up on you to get you to comply.
I think. Oh, sorry. I think your stream is loading.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think it's yeah. Oh, there you go.
Is it good? Okay, cool. Yay!
Ooh, you comb your hair too.
I know, right? Isn't that crazy? She combs her hair. She's talking. Touch your toes check. Well, I'm not gonna do that, but I will stretch them out.
I think organized religion has a lot of good aspects to it. Even though I would consider myself atheist. I think the sense of like community that like a lot of religions, a lot of like communities of religion brings.
Yeah, well, and like part of that community is a like shared sense of purpose. Like in Mormonism, you believe that you hold the truth, right? The truth about existence, that you lived with God before you came to earth, that you are going to go back to God, and that in between you need to live in a way that will help you get closer to God and end up living with Him in the end, with you and your family, right? So, and the difference with Mormonism versus other things is it's not as fear-based as, say, Catholicism or Christianity, most of Christianity, because there's no hell. Like, Mormons don't believe in hell. They believe in, like, a temporary punishment, like a slap on the wrist, if you will. And even those people in prison are given the chance within Mormon doctrine to accept Mormonism and get eternal life. So, like, even if you die without, like, joining the, like, in Calvinism, which is like I don't know that it's a denomination of Christianity, but it's like a school of thought within it. Like, you're like destined to not be saved if you don't accept Jesus Christ before you die. Or in Catholicism, they used to teach that babies that aren't baptized will be in purgatory, and I don't know where they're at now with that, but Mormonism's not like that. It's like, hey, if you were before the age of 8, automatic salvation. If you had a disability which kept you from being able to accept the gospel, automatic salvation. If you know, God is basically fair. He gives everybody the chance. Whether or not they heard the gospel or not in life, they'll get a chance. Even if you died without being Mormon, you can become Mormon after you die. And as long as somebody is baptized for you, and that's like part of what their temples are for, is doing what's called baptisms for the dead, you're able to go and join everybody else in paradise, and then someday be judged and go to the celestial kingdom, or there's like 3 kingdoms of glory in heaven, basically. That's what Mormons think. There's like temporary heaven and final heaven. I should have a little flow chart, but this isn't like a PowerPoint presentation. Mormon theology is interesting, right? But my point is, going back to like the bigger point, is that all of that, like, you're supposed to share this news with people and get them really excited about it because, hey, this makes me happy, it'll make you happy, it's called the plan of salvation. Like, why wouldn't you want this in your life? And unfortunately, though, like, I don't know, like, can you see any issue with that just from the way I mention it? I wonder if, like, you read anything into the way I said that.
I guess the assumption that you know the like what true happiness is or something like that. Or
That's yeah.
Being implied or whatever.
Yeah, and what else were you gonna say? The implication of what?
Oh, this is something more along this line, the same thing.
Yeah, and it's like basically like it has this tone of like passive aggressiveness, like we're nice to you and we're just trying to share this nice. We don't understand why you don't accept what we're saying. It's like it's a little bit like emotional blackmail, right? Or emotional manipulation. It's like, well, I'm just trying to share the good news with you. There's no reason not to. And it kind of like mind bends the person a little bit, right? Because they're like, oh, well, but no. I mean, it's not forcing anyone to do anything, but like, for example, okay, I was a Mormon missionary. So when you go out and you're a missionary, this is something I saw someone that they put like 4 things I learned in Utah. His name's Chris Grace, and basically what he learned was that Mormons pay for their own missions, which I did. I worked summers since I was 14 so that I could pay to work for the church. It sucks. Anyways, I wasn't able to raise the $10,000 myself. I paid a couple thousand, and then my family and friends chipped in. Mostly family chipped in the rest of it. But that's like a big part of growing up Mormon, is this expectation that someday you're going to go anywhere the church assigns you to go and share the gospel. Okay, so you go and you're on your mission, and you go through Missionary Training Center, which for me like involved like 2 months of language training along with training on how to teach the lessons and then help people become members of the church and deal with problems and work with a companion. And it's really intense. You're not allowed to call your family. You're not allowed to read the newspaper or watch movies or watch TV or get on the internet or any of that, right? Like I was allowed to email, so yeah, I could get on the internet once a week for that, but that's it, right? I could email my family once a week or write them a hand letter or call them on Christmas or Mother's Day, and that's it for a half hour. It was pretty rough. But anyways, they teach you certain techniques to like get people to come to church, and honestly to kind of target people. Like in addition to the training manual, like you have like a white handbook, the Missionary Handbook, and they called it the White Bible. It's just little, you know how you have like the name. Have you seen the Book of Mormon, the musical, or do you know about it?
I know, I've never.
Yeah, but you know how they have like the black name tag, and they're wearing like a white shirt and tie and dress slacks and whatnot. So behind that little like tag, at least when I was a missionary, I think it's probably still true, you have your handbook of rules, but it also gives you like suggestions on what to do and how to teach the gospel. So you wake up every day, you do 30 minutes of exercise, then you do an hour of scripture study, then you eat breakfast, then you do 30 minutes of scripture study with your partner, your companion, they called it. Then you do an hour of language study, and then you do like whatever planning you do, and then you go out and you knock on doors, and then you come home for lunch, and then you go knock on doors or teach lessons, and then you go to dinner with somebody that like because you don't actually have enough money to buy food to eat. It's kind of rough. And then you go and you teach the rest of the night, and you do that for 6 days a week, and then Monday you get a half day to like do your laundry and do a little bit of recreation. But what they tell you in this little missionary handbook is that people who've recently gone through a loss, have recently moved, or gone through other things are more likely to accept your message, right? And that's because they're in a state of mind where what you're telling them will make them happy or whatever. But like honestly, like if you step back from it, you're targeting people who are vulnerable, right? And trying to get them to listen to you because they don't have as many defenses. So take it for however you want. It's in my view not the best thing. But Mormons use like different techniques to try to get people to become Mormon. And like they tell you in church, oh hey, just give out Book of Mormons to your friends, and oh hey, just invite people to church with you, and they can come play basketball with you, and this and that. And everyone's so nice. Like if you've ever watched South Park, there's like an episode that kind of goes through this, that like their new neighbor is really nice, so like Kenny starts going to church and talking to missionaries, but then he realizes it's all bullshit because they lied to him about, they're lying to like the members about what really happened, and they're explaining it in a way that tricks them. Have you seen the South Park episode about Mormonism?
No. Oh, when they're singing and then it says dum dum dum.
Yeah. That one. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, it's honestly, that episode is 100% accurate. That is the Joseph Smith story. That is how Mormonism started. So, yeah, it's good. So, like, what does all this mean for me? And what does it mean that I grew up gay in this church? Well, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but one of the things that Mormons talk about a lot as they're sharing this message of hope is the plan of salvation. And it goes something like this. Remember, I was a missionary, so I did this in Spanish, but, you know, I know it in English well enough. Something like, our Heavenly Father loves us, we're His children, and He's provided a plan for us to get back to Him. We knew this plan before this life, but we've forgotten it because of the veil, and I'm here to tell you what it is you knew before you lived in this life. And then you do something like this. See that feeling you're having right now? Tell me what you're feeling. You're like, oh, I'm feeling, calm and this and that. Well, that's the Spirit telling you that what I'm saying is true. So, what do you take from that, Cody? Like from an outside perspective, like from someone saying, like taking that approach.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
No worries. I know you're playing a game. All of it or which part of it?
Yeah, all of it, please.
No worries. Okay, so Mormons go out, the missionaries especially, and they teach people about what Mormons call the plan of salvation. So the plan of salvation goes something like this: Heavenly Father, aka God, loves us, and we are His children. Before we were in this life, we were spirits living with Him, and we came to the earth and went through a veil of darkness, which made us forget that, because we needed to be tested. And during this test, and I am here to help you. It's kind of like the Matrix, right? I'm here to help you realize what your destiny is, if you will, that you're a child of God, and He has a plan to get back to Him, to live with Him forever with you and your family. Now, how does that make you feel? So the missionaries will interject questions like that. The person will say a lot of different things, like nothing, oh, that makes me feel calm, blah, blah, blah. And like even sometimes you prompt them, right, without even realizing, like, oh, do you feel like calm? Do you feel peaceful? And you say, that's the Spirit telling you that what I'm saying is true. Now, Cody, I know you're a skeptic, and sometimes a contrarian. What strikes you about that approach?
Wait, what made you levy that label on me?
The contrarian. That's a joke. I know you're a skeptic.
I don't even think I'm a skeptic.
You said you were a skeptic before, or you're cynical. Sorry.
I'm cynical.
That's fair.
I think I'm more cynical than that.
No, I say contrarian because sometimes you like to be devil's advocate, but you're not really that contrarian.
I don't like to be devil's advocate. What are you talking? Are you referring to like a conversation I've had?
Yeah, fine. That's yeah. Sometimes, yes, sometimes.
I mean, I like so. We're gonna get in debate mode now. Sometimes I take a position or a stance because I think that like it makes sense to me, and I like to flush out my ideas.
I appreciate that.
Respond to it.
Absolutely. I know, right? I came for you, bitch. Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I would just be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like, it sounds kind of like not pretentious, but just sounds like you think you know more about like, I guess, happiness.
Yeah.
So like, I guess I would get kind of like hesitant to like accept what someone says if they're like if they're implying that they know how to achieve happiness.
Yeah, well, and let me take you back to kind of what I said before, though. What's in that Missionary Handbook is that you should focus your efforts on finding people who have recently had a loss, moved, gone through some kind of difficulty, because they're more receptive to your message. AKA, they're more vulnerable and more accepting of something like that, right? That you know something more than them about how they can be happy, and if they follow you, they will be happy. It's kind of one. It's based on emotion rather than evidence or reason. You know, you're basically just appealing to their emotions, and that's not really a steady way to make life decisions. Of course, our emotions are important, right? Of course, we should tune into how we feel. But if I'm telling you how you feel, especially, I find that more in the lines of. I mean, at best, it's kind of a disgraceful tactic, but at worst, some people could call that a form of emotional manipulation. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so, as a 19-year-old, I don't think I understood this at all. I've been told my whole life that God had called me on this mission. This was my destiny. I'm helping people. And I think I really thought that I was doing good, especially as I was talking to people from Latin America, and some of them were struggling immigrants and stuff. What's up?
So, are you gonna link your trauma to like the teachings of Mormonism and how you feel like you were groomed in a certain way?
I mean, kinda, yeah. I don't know if I'd use those words exactly, but that's.
Oh, well, I guess grooming has a different meaning nowadays.
No, I mean it is, but.
Okay. No, I was just trying to follow. I'm just trying to follow.
No, I appreciate it. That's a great question. So maybe that's actually a really good segue into the next part. Thank you for helping me kind of stay on track. So one of the parts of the plan of salvation that people are more receptive to is that Mormonism, unlike most Christian churches, teaches that you will be married in heaven, right? Like if you were married in life, you're going to be married in the next life with your family. Your kids might be off on their own or whatever, but you're going to have your spouse. Because of that, growing up gay, you're in a unique position where, one, that's not as appealing to you, and two, you think that you don't fit because that's not what your heart wants, right? Therefore, let me kind of walk you through this. If God's plan of salvation is for you to marry somebody of the opposite sex, obviously in Mormonism, and to have children and to stay with your family forever by getting married in the Mormon temple and following the teachings of the Mormon church and being obedient, and that's the promise of eternal life for you. That's the unique version of eternal life in Mormonism, because a lot of Christian churches teach that you'll see loved ones in heaven, but that you'll be single, that you'll be like just kind of chilling in paradise. But Mormons believe in like an active heaven where you're actually going to be able to have spiritual children after you die.
That's pretty cool.
It is kind of cool, and that's like where the whole joke about getting your own planet comes from, right? And all those things that are sort of not exactly Mormon doctrine, but it's not like that too far. It's not that far a stretch from what they teach. You know what I mean?
It's like an MMO once you die.
Yeah, exactly. It's like an MMO where you get to like a
MMO.
No, I know. That's what I said. MMO. So.
No, you're making fun that I.
No, I didn't. I did not make fun of you. You silly boy. You silly man. Not a boy, a man. Just kidding. Where was I going with this? You sidetracked me.
You're talking about the afterlife. Mormons, when they die, they get to have a family of their own. That's
yeah. So one of the first problems I had when I, like intellectual, spiritual, whatever you want to call it, problems I had when I had the stark realization that I'm gay, because I was in denial about it forever. Like my coming out experience was something like this. Like I would like check out a football player's butts, especially as they're like dressed up in like the pads and whatever. And I was like, that's a nice butt. And I was like, oh, you know what? Like, it's just like those Renaissance artists who honestly probably a lot of them were gay or had feelings of attraction toward men. But at the time I was like, I'm just appreciating the aesthetics of the human form. There's nothing wrong with that. This is fine. Like, I had an experience where basically I popped a boner at a basketball game, and I was like, okay, that's a little bit more on the nose for maybe I'm gay, right? Like, I'd had like a doubt in my mind before, and I was kind of like, I was shook. Like, I was like, okay, what does that mean? Like, I've heard being gay is wrong. I've heard, like, California had gone through a period of voting where they decided that they were going to ban same-sex marriage in the Constitution. This is before Prop 8. This was Prop 22 in like 99, I think, something like that. And I had actually been, called upon as a Mormon to go out in Bakersfield and knock doors and teach people that this was what God wanted, and that like we're going to protect the family and all these things. So that's part of the rhetoric, which obviously would be repeated later during Prop 8. But anyways, so having gone through all that and my friends making fun of gay people and like all that stuff, I had this realization, well, I might be gay. So I called a friend and she's like, it's okay, Alex. Like, it was really weird because for a moment she thought I was her ex-boyfriend telling her that she was gay. And then when she realized it was me, she was like, oh my God. Oh, okay, yeah, you'll be fine, honey, don't worry about it. But I was really freaking out because in Mormonism, I didn't fit anymore. Because if the only plan that God had for us is to get married to someone and have children and then do that again in the next life, if I'm gay, what does that mean, right? Do you see how that would create, like, conflict or, like, dissonance, if you will? Did you follow me there?
Yeah, I can see how it could cause conflict.
Yeah, so it was hard, and this was like my secret, right? It's not like I told people about this until I told my bishop, because I had to pass an interview with my bishop in order to go to Brigham Young University, which was the university everybody was steering me towards, and my parents were willing to pay for it. It was affordable. I'm the oldest of 9 kids, so this was their plan for me and this and that. But all of a sudden, I was messing up the plan, right? So I was like, okay, well, let me talk to my bishop. And at the end of it, I told him, I think about men when I jerk off, and I know that I'm not supposed to. He's like, you know what, and so I think I might be gay. Can I go to BYU? And then he said, don't worry about it. We can fix you right up. I just went to a training where they told us that it's just because of the relationship you have with your father, and once you can kind of fix that or come to terms with that, you won't have these feelings anymore. So he set me up with a therapist, a Mormon therapist, and I went to talk to him, and he started telling me that, well, your struggle is a lot like my ADHD. Like, I had to overcome ADHD in order to become a therapist, and that's just like you being gay. And in my mind, even as a 17-year-old, I was like, bullshit. That's not the same thing. So, yeah. Like, he also probably, if I remember right, mentioned something about, like, trying to, like, poke around at the dynamics with my dad, and I wasn't very forthcoming. I'd never seen a therapist before. I didn't know who this person was from Adam or whatever. And I just kind of went in my car, or the, like, family car that I had as a Chevy Lumina, and it was at a church parking lot, like, across town, and I just kind of cried because I was like, what the hell? Like, what is going on? What am I supposed to do right now? And I had read a lot of things about being gay at that point. Like, the internet was super slow. We were on dial-up, right? So it wasn't like it was easy to fast to get to different places, but I had kind of read both sides of different arguments. Like, there were 2 Mormon groups. One was Affirmation, which was pro-gay, and one was Evergreen, which was about being ex-gay, or about transitioning away from being gay. and living a gospel-centered life, I think is how they talked about it, or however, rhetoric they used to justify pretending to not be gay. So, anyways, I had read other things, and I had only told my bishop at this point, and then one of my friends, and I was pretty lonely and freaked out and scared and trying to figure out college and everything like that. So anyways, I had also gone through and read what the church had said about being gay, and that included a lot of things, because Mormonism, unlike most churches, but a little bit like the Catholic Church, has a very hierarchical structure where it's led by 15 men, a prophet or the president of the church, and the 12 apostles. They believe that God has called 12 modern apostles to go and preach the word to the world, right? And they're the ones that call the missionaries to go out, blah blah blah, etc. But what they say is almost like scripture. It's not quite canon, but it's you should obey these men. They're speaking for God. And so when they say different things, especially most of them very negative about homosexuality, it makes you feel bad, right? Like you're doing something wrong. And the church softened its rhetoric in the 90s, where it said that, if you struggle with same-gender attraction, that's not a sin, but if you act on it, it is. That's kind of where the Catholic Church went to, right? That you could be gay but not act on being gay, that was fine. It just kind of got messy, right? Because there had been all these other people who had said not that oh, you should root this out of your heart and blah blah blah, until you bloodied your knuckles, don't even dare call yourself a Latter-day Saint. There's a lot more to this. I don't remember all the words. This is 20 years ago, but you get the idea. It was frowned upon. Being gay was not okay by any scope of the imagination. But I think that the biggest takeaway, just to kind of sum all this up, is that Mormonism enshrines in doctrine what kind of culturally prevails, that the only way to be is to be straight. There's no other option, right? You have to marry somebody of the opposite sex, have children. This is the plan for you, right? And if you deviate from the plan, you're displeasing your family, you're displeasing God, and you won't have eternal life, where we've been teaching you since you were. You're not following the plan. You're not following the message, right? So I think that pressure, really is part of what pushed me into a therapy and a path to get married, right? And to try to conform to that plan. I mean, that's really a complex question that I think it's probably more suited for a therapist, but it was really difficult. It was really a lot to come to terms with. And I fought kind of back against it at that time when I was 17, but ultimately I came out to a close friend, and we prayed together and etc. And I had decided to, what, I do want to get married to a woman. I'm gonna go through this therapy to become straight. I'm gonna do my best to obey the church and just be a really good Mormon, and then God will take care of the rest, right? It's all about having faith. It's all about showing that you believe, and then God will bless you according to your belief. And there's a lot of Mormon scripture that kind of goes with that. But I want to talk about one more thing before we finish this up. Or do you have any thoughts on that, Cody, or any questions?
I got no thoughts in it, buddy.
No thoughts. That's all good. So I guess one of the things that sort of held me together, because there's a lot more to this story. There's a lot more layers, but we're not going to get into that right now, because I wanted to kind of constrict it to talking about being Mormon. Is that there's a scripture in the Book of Mormon that basically says the same spirit. Well, let me give you some context. So like I said, Mormons don't have an explanation officially for what happens to people who are gay, right, in eternity. I guess most of them would say, well, being gay is just an affliction that you go through in life, a test, and so you're made straight in the next life anyway, right? So all you have to do is just hold out your whole life without getting married or having sex, and you'll be fine, right? Or maybe you'll be lucky enough to be able to to get up enough desire for a woman so that it'll be just fine, right? This is kind of like the way they were talking back then. It's changed a bit now. So essentially, there is, however, a scripture in Mormonism, and I've talked to another Mormon about this, or we'll just say Mormon, past Mormon, however you want to look at it, that the same spirits in Elma, 30-something, I'm a little sketchy, but on the now, I read the Book of Mormon like 50 times, but it's been a little bit, at least 10 years. So it says the same spirit which inhabits you now will be with you in the next life. And I took away from that meant if I was gay now, I was going to be gay then. Because they would use examples like it's called seminary. It's like a scripture class you go to at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. every day before school, which was rough. Oh my God. And they tell you, yeah, like if you get a smoking habit in life, your spirit's going to feel that desire for nicotine. Hello, Mary Koala. Thank you for being here and for your first time chat. I appreciate it. We're talking about being gay and Mormon. Woohoo! So I took away that, well, if I have this desire now, why would I be suddenly straight in the next life, right? Like, I guess you could make the argument that, well, you would be gay at first, but then you'll change because, of course, you have to follow the plan of salvation. But it really bothered me, right? This, like, inconsistency that was there. I even had, like, a dream where I was basically, like, wasn't naked, but I was, like, in a towel or something, or some kind of, like, toga in, like, I had died and my spirit had floated up. And I was really sad, but I was, like, feeling peaceful in heaven, and I saw a friend there, and I guess he'd become baptized because that's why I was seeing him in paradise or whatever. And there wasn't necessarily anything gay about it, although maybe subconsciously there was looking back, but it was just, like, this really interesting, like, post-life dream or whatever, which I've only had that a very few times. And I think that part of it was because, like, I had been thinking so much about this, and, like, I was really, like, depressed and crying a lot at this time because there was a lot of conflict going on, especially with, like, college on the line and all of these things, which was hinged upon whether I stayed Mormon, and not just Mormon in belief, but in practice or not. Because to go to BYU, you have to sign a piece of paper that says you will go to church and follow the rules of Mormonism, as well as some additional rules. Like at BYU, you're not allowed to have a beard. You have to dress a certain way. You have to follow certain dress and grooming standards in order to be admitted or stay admitted. Aw, thank you. To the university. So let me drink some water. I'm getting a little notification for a water check. Here, Mary Koala. I'm gonna send you some Divness love right here. And I think there's a little thing where if you like click on it, you can get channel points, and that lets you do like highlight your message, or I could probably set up some other things for it, but
how does Prime Gaming works? Because like I have Amazon Prime.
Yeah, so you can probably yeah, it wasn't
I can give you things, like I could give.
So you can give me a Prime sub. So it'll last for 30 days, but yeah, if you hit the subscription button, you get to give me free support to my channel from Amazon Prime.
I would have to first connect my Twitch thing to my Amazon Prime.
Probably. I'm not sure. It's not connected right now?
I guess not. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Oh, hello. All I see are dinos. What's
Hello?
up? What's up, Boo?
Hey.
Are you still streaming?
I am still streaming, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. How many viewers you got?
So we're at 4
like
right
1,000?
now.
Like
Yeah, like
1,000
thousands.
probably.
Yeah, probably. So no, we have 4, but it'll be recorded too for later generations.
How many views do you have?
Yeah, how many viewers do you have? He's like 5 million.
For me, on which platform? OnlyFans?
Oh my
Mama.
gosh.
What are you talking about?
OnlyFans, stop. Cody and Santos, do you know each other?
No.
No.
Well, hello, both of you.
You don't want me to
Meeting.
stream. You don't want me with that kind of power.
Oh, I do actually. I'm here for it. We know that your ass can move mountains.
You could do
Someone in my chat said, not the only fans.
you could do those hot tub streams that. Can you call women the B word on Twitch or no?
I wouldn't. They're restrict. It's interesting because I am flagged as or I should be at least as like an 18+ channel, so I can say certain words, but that's one I would stay away from. So, thank you. I'm not trying to get banned out here. What's all the words we can say and can't say? No, I'm just kidding. Let's pull up the list. It's like, isn't it like George Carlile or something that's like the 7-word? Yeah, Carlin's. Yeah. The 7.
Yeah.
Is it? I think so. Like the 7 words you can't say on
people.
television. He's a comedian that just like said all the 7 words you're not allowed to say on television and made fun of it.
There was a time like in 2016 to like 2018 where like Republican conservative people fucking loved. They thought he was like a political philosopher of a sort. Because like he was some. Have you ever heard his stand-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like, you know, like he's to some extent kind of like anti government and anti like it's hard to explain, but he's like very. Kind of gives off kind of the aesthetics of like a libertarian.
Yeah.
So, like, and during like I remember all my conservative friends like just send me like links to his stand-up and be like, they would see so much more meaning in like a comedian stand-up than like what there actually is.
Yeah. No, and the thing is, no, I think that his commentary is meaningful, but I don't really think that he would be comfortable with like being labeled a conservative because he's pretty anti both sides of government, right? And I think that like there's a lot more to unpack there, so I think they may have been getting the wrong message from his stand-up, but I'm not an expert like on that stuff. I've just listened to a couple takes he's had. I would say he's more in the pro-freedom camp or whatever you want to call that, like liberal but not like statist, if you will. I don't know, I'm not going to parse political philosophy out right now. It's not my point. So Santos, we were talking about growing up Mormon and gay.
Well, I was gonna just add real quick. Is that gonna be the first time that Republicans vote a clown in? So
that's true.
Santos, you were at the Bear event with Alex, correct?
Not this weekend, no.
The one that I saw you at.
Oh yeah.
Springs.
In Palm Springs, yeah. Cody was there.
Santos.
I don't remember.
He's like ignoring me now.
He's like, I cannot confirm or deny.
Alex knows I have a bad memory.
Well, I mean, no, you don't remember going to the event with Alex? I'm not saying if you met me. I'm saying you went to the event. You don't remember that, or?
I remember going to it,
yeah, he does. We shared a hotel.
I remember going. Yeah.
We shared a hotel together.
Okay. Then, then we probably met. We probably said hi.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't get to hang out with you that much, so your paths may not have crossed, but that's okay. You were in the same vicinity. The same magic was in the air. So that gay magic, you know.
Those events. I remember when I was a little naughty, nasty boy back in the day. It would get so crazy. The black rooms and like the you know the back sandy area, which like kind of sucks because like whenever you want to be naughty with someone, your like feet gets covered in like
you're like
sand.
in the sand, yeah.
So that's very annoying, but like it was very fun. Did you have fun there, Santos?
Yeah, I had fun.
Nice.
It was my. I'm not sure which one you were talking about. You talking about CCBC or are you talking about IBC?
He's talking about the CCBC part.
It was a moment.
It was a moment, was it not?
It was a moment.
And it was a vibe.
It was such a vibe. Yeah, and Santos told me I can't go and be in the desert anymore like that at events because I got sick. But it was probably the food I ate, honestly.
And if you want to go to
Honestly. What'd you say?
why?
You're cutting
He's
out.
he's in a tunnel.
He's in a tunnel.
Yeah, I am in a tunnel, but that's not why I told you can't go to those events.
I know.
Why not? Can I know?
The people may not know. Sorry, listeners.
The people
may not
may
know?
or may not know.
May not know and will not know.
Oh, will not. What? Why, Alex? Can you tell
We'll
me?
we'll talk about
Is
it
it
later.
something
We'll talk about it later.
Is it Mormonism?
Yeah, it's definitely Mormonism tying it
Oh,
back.
totally.
in.
It's about Joseph Smith.
Did Santos? Did you watch Under the Banner of Heaven?
What?
Did you watch the show Under the Banner of Heaven?
No, are you
I
guys,
watched
wait,
the
are you
first-
serious? I can't know the secret that, like, obviously you brought up on stream. Like, I can't know about it now.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
just
mean-
off stream, okay?
I don't think that's fair.
I don't want to get.
You'll find viewers.
I don't want to get banned on Twitch. That's all.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Come on, Cody.
Pop
Give me
off,
up
sis. Pop off, sis.
You gotta know the cheese man.
No, so
Are you
what?
a-
Did you hear him?
No.
Did you ask him if he's a Virgo?
Yes.
Really? Why?
It's so cool.
Oh
No,
my
because
God.
Virgos are the ones that want to know the gossip.
Oh, it's true though. I've noticed that.
So anyway,
So,
Continue.
anyways,
I have watched the movie the TV show Under that. I watched like the first 3 episodes. I think
okay,
it's really good.
it is really good. I watched the first episode and I want to watch more, but why did I bring that up? Like,
I think the more fitting subject to this, it would be Pray Away. I'm not sure if you guys watched a documentary on that on Netflix.
not yet. No.
I think
You
I
told-
recommend it to you, Alex.
Yeah,
but
you
it's
did
very
tell me to
much
watch it. Yeah.
How this epidemic of praying away the gay or like what conversion therapy all started.
Yeah, yeah. So oddly enough, on our way to Palm Springs, Santos and I listened to this podcast of somebody who was mad that in Utah they passed a law banning conversion therapy. So it was an interesting podcast though, because it wasn't, the point of it was not to advocate, but it was just like a podcast about radical compassion to understand why people make the choices that they do, right? So like, yeah, and each others want to know the drama. Is it drama? It's no drama. You're gonna have to let Santos say the words, because I won't be so foul.
Somebody calling me drama?
Cody's trying to stir it up. He said, any chatters want to know the drama? Mary Koala, is it drama?
We don't know. So,
Santos, why did you
Wrong,
tell
we
me
don't know.
not to go be naked in the desert?
I never said that. I never said that.
Do you want me to bring up the text, bitch? Like,
Bring up the text. And did you keep the voice message text that I sent you to? Bring those up too. Bring up everything.
I probably didn't keep that one. I think you said no more ... Do you remember the quote? Oh,
I don't know.
we're not gonna say that.
Yeah.
The censored version is no more pool parties for you.
No.
Fine. No more.
Wait.
Listen. Fine. No more sex pool partied for you. And I put a little face. So.
You're taking that out of context because the full conversation started weeks ago.
What?
The whole conversation was weeks ago.
Continue. Go on.
a conversation.
No.
A conversation.
No, I need to remember this. Please help me.
I mean, did we not talk about how you are like unwilling to do other activities, but when CCBC or IBC comes up, Mama, you're cured from all illnesses and you go.
Mama. We did talk about this.
That's the same conversation.
sips tea, piping
See,
hot.
and I told you you don't want to bring this up because
No,
it's
I do. I do want to bring this up. And I believe that your boo defended me when we talked about this. But maybe we shouldn't share that part on Twitter.
Which boo?
Benjamin, mister.
Oh,
He said,
okay.
let's put it this way. You were feeling good, and well, let's just say I was inebriated, and that was part of why I just ignored some of the other problems that were going on. Plus, being in a pool is good for me. That's like the whole point. Like, it takes stress off my joints. Like, I walk around a lot. I'm not magically healed or something. It's just like I push through pain that I'm not.
There's other ways to get into the pool. There's other ways to do that here.
Mama, that's not why I go to Palm Springs. You just know I also enjoy the other elements, right? Like, you know that, right? I'm not trying to make an argument for that I go to Palm Springs.
You do all of that here. Your health argument isn't really valid if you do that here.
Well, no, I'm not. No, I'm not making the argument because like I need to do that. I'm pushing back against the idea that it's not good for me to go to Palm Springs, because that's what you're trying to say, right? Or no?
What I'm trying to say is this: that I've invited you to other things, which involves anything else, and it's a no until a pool party at Palm Springs happens.
Okay.
And it's a no.
Listen, baby. Let me.
And then it's like, I don't feel anything. I'm good. And feeling good is I think it's a very vague thing, because feeling good to many people can mean many things. And I think that feeling fulfilled or feeling like, oh goodness, I feel better health-wise, I feel better mentally healthy, then that's different. But to feel good, like, I think a person on crack feels good doing crack.
Sure.
So,
but I don't mean to turn you down like I have. I will say it two ways. One, I hear you, I understand you, and maybe my motivation for dick was stronger than my inertia to do something. But at the same time, like, you know, my health is like a moving target, right? Like I would say that I have gotten better at this, right? Like, I've learned that I wasn't taking very good care of myself. So a lot of those no's were because I had a pain flare, but it was also because I wasn't taking care of myself. Does that make sense? So it wasn't that I was trying to put you off or ignore you. It was that I wasn't doing the things I needed to do so that I could go. But at that time that you were asking me, like, I literally had to pick and choose, like, okay, am I going to play video games for 4 days, or am I going to lay in my bed for 4 days so that I can do this one thing? Like, I don't think that I tell you, like, what I've been through, like, health-wise. It's really hard to communicate it all.
I understand that, and that's why I dropped it. I was like, maybe this party at CCBC will catapult him to be like, you know what, I can't do this.
No, and that's it. You're right. Like, honestly, other than the fact that I got sick at this...
The opposite. You got sick. And I'm
yeah,
like, okay,
no, for sure. But, like, the last one before that, like, when you and I went, it made me believe that, like, okay, look, I've been walking around, I've gotten more confidence that I could do things and it would be okay. Like, it took me time to... this is what I've learned, is that... And I don't know, like, they diagnosed me with fibromyalgia. I'm not sure if that's what I have, but if I do, it would kind of make sense in this context, and so I just kind of go with it. But it's this idea that, like, I can go and do something, and I'm not going to cause lasting harm to my body. But it's going to suck my energy for a couple days, right? So I kind of have to pick and choose, like, what's really worth it. And honestly, for anyone, like, they have to do that, right? Like, it's important to guard your energy. And I'm probably not going to put somebody on blast on stream, but you and I both know that there are some soul-sucking people out there that
your stream.
There's definitely soul-sucking vampires out there to just take your energy. So, we need to be... But Santos, like, I fucking love hanging out with you. I love going to LA with you. I love everything. Like, you're not one of the people that drains me. Like, I could talk to you for hours and be fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I could not talk to you for hours and be fine. Like, I could just, like, chill listening to music or, you know, looking at art, and it doesn't matter because, like, you and me are homies, so it's, like, different than the soul-sucking vampires. Because, like, there's people like that, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, where you're just like, okay, I want to hang out with them, but only for so long. Versus somebody that you just vibe with, where you just feel good with, you know? It doesn't really matter. Like, you don't need to spend all your time with them, but you enjoy the time you do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I get that, and that's why, like, I'm just like, you know, it's very, it was very much your life, but it's very, like, do you ever feel like people share things and you're just like, I want to help this person, but I don't know how, so I invite them to do things that seem like can get them better and a better, like, physical, mental
no,
health.
and I do know you did that for sure.
And it was a constant, like, battle, but, like, the and it felt like, okay, so the only way to motivate this guy is literally naked people in a pool, which comes very much to the book we read. Like, this temporal valid. If we live off of temporal validation our whole life, then we're never going to be a fulfilled life.
But, like, there's also a moment of, like, enjoyment, right? Because, like, for me, it's like, I feel sometimes in Bakersfield, like, maybe I'm doxing myself here, but whatever, disconnected a little bit from the gay community. Do you know what I mean? And so just kind of feeling part of it is nice. But, like you're saying, there are other ways. Like, but I'm just saying this is one way where I start to, like, have an out from sometimes feeling that disconnected feeling or feeling stuck, and I really appreciate it. But there are other ways to get that too, or other ways to feel community, absolutely. But I would prefer being naked in the desert over a lot of other activities. Does that make sense? As a way to connect and bond and see people and whatever to a greater community, especially like that event that we went to is one of my favorites. So, but yeah, no, absolutely. I have gained more confidence that if I stretch, if I eat right, if I follow the right steps, that it's more likely that I'm going to do an activity and be better. So even honestly, I've learned that just going to LA, or like when I took that trip to San Francisco, like it was really hard to drive, but like being there was tiring, but it was also like good for me. You know what I mean? Like walking around, I feel better the next day usually, which didn't always used to happen, but it's starting to get to that point. So anyways, it just depends where I'm at, right? Because I definitely had like a major pain flare up, and that was awful, you know, and I just have to kind of deal with life as it comes. But I am more confident that I can do what I want, you know, and everything's gonna be all right now, you know. So
Yeah.
thank you for trying to help me. I also was dealing with a lot of depression, for sure. Like,
Yeah, and
that was
I
my
get
part
that.
of my resistance as well, no doubt.
And I would expect the same kind of feedback from you. If like, hey, you
Oh,
know,
100%.
temporal validation is only lasts you like 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna need another like pull party to boost you up again. So if you find the validation within, I think it'll be long lasting.
No, for sure. And that's you know, we're going through trauma-based therapy. That's how I started this whole thing off, is that I had done that today, and it had brought up some stuff about being Mormon, and we didn't really like get into too much detail about it, but I have thoughts. I have something to say. So
And for the listeners out there, I don't know how many listeners listen. Like, I feel like I feel like you've talked about this to me like 100 times, but every time you tell me something, it's like something new you learned about what happened, or something new you shared with me. So, um, I feel like everybody has a sort of a form of trauma that they lived in their life, but they like learn more about it, or they're willing to share more about it. You know what I mean?
yeah, and that is very much, I think, a trauma response, like, or a way, rather, because that's kind of a overused phrase sometimes, but that is definitely a way of dealing with trauma, is just to talk about it until you process it, because there's something that you're stuck. And so, like, a lot of it too, I think, if I had to theorize, I'm not an expert on trauma, but is that you're, like, I bring it up again because there's something more to say, but I still can't say it. You know what I mean? So that ends up being like a repetition. And that's why I think that when you're doing trauma work, a lot of times you can do it in lots of ways. Like that book, Unfuck Your Brain, talks about this. You don't have to have a therapist, but you can do it with friends. You can do it with yourself. The book helps, you know, but a therapist can guide you. They're like, and it's a bit easier sometimes to push yourself to go beyond what you would with a friend. I mean, a friend can push you too, but with trauma, it's kind of scary, right? Because a friend doesn't know as well. Like, but it's not that scary. It depends on the friend, right? A lot of friends know how to like comfort you or bring you down, like if you're crying or whatever, and I appreciate that too. But I think that a lot of times there's like something more I want to say, but then I don't. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess I was talking about this a little bit more at the beginning, but opening what I'll call Pandora's box about conversion therapy has allowed me to talk about other aspects of being Mormon in a way where I can actually connect to it and feel emotion about it, because I like cut myself off from it. And I don't know if this is the right way to use the term, but I would even say like in a way I foreclosed thinking about that issue because it was just too difficult to really reckon with things like faith and my belief in God or non-belief or scripture or anything until that other piece was safe enough to talk about, which it has become that through kind of like, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but like some desensitization or just kind of like being able to get that out and talk in therapy. It allows like more pieces of me to connect and be willing to discuss in more depth some of the issues that like I feel, right, from growing up in that space. What do you think? That was a lot of words. Thank you for listening. Keep concise. Santos? Oh, he left.
He left. He got tired of it.
He was like,
yeah, I'm not gonna listen to Alex.
Like, I have heard this motherfucker so many times. This is the final straw. This motherfucker reported. Yeah, exactly.
Reported to Twitch
Corporation. Twitch Corporation. Yeah. Anyways, did you connect your Amazon account by chance? I cannot share.
I'm not gonna do that.
No, you don't have to, but it does give you like game rewards and stuff. But no, if you don't want to, it's no big deal. No worries. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. We're just chatting. We're just vibing, right? Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. Mary Koala. So yeah, that's my story, more or less. So Cody, what do you want to talk about?
I want to know what positions do you think that I like being a contrarian in?
Oh, would you now? Did I shook you with that comment? Did I shake you a little bit with that?
No, I was just wondering.
No, I know. I'm just joking with you. It's kind of a drive-by comment, so I wasn't trying to be like too serious about it. But I noticed in like some of the group chats we're in that you tend to take a position that is very different than the other people there. So I don't, because of other things you've said before, I wasn't sure if you said it, if you did that just to like promote discussion or if that was your genuine point of view.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
So in like some of the group chats we're in that I'll like read something you're talking about.
There's only one group chat.
Fine.
Okay.
In the group chat we're in, we'll just say that. I've read some of the like discussions you've had back and forth, and I haven't known, based on a conversation we had before that, because I know you like to promote argument or discussion. I didn't know if that was your actual position or you were just taking positions to be contrary, but for the purpose of promoting further discussion.
Sometimes it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Why?
So
what specifically? I'm sorry.
No, like I my memory is actual shit, so I'd have to like go through and read it again. Does that make sense?
I'm not gonna like say like fact check you. You could just vaguely mention like, oh, you mentioned this about slavery or some stupid. I don't know what it said.
Well, you and I had that talk, but that's like a whole other thing. I wouldn't call you a contrarian. We were just talking to talk about something. I literally don't know right now, but it was probably about. Let me kind of see this. Hold on.
Damn, bringing up the DMs. He's gonna leak the DMs and be like, yeah, look at this opinion. He has a
look at this toxic motherfucker.
He's toxic.
From the taste on your lips, I'm on a ride. I'm toxic.
I have like opinions, and like I have like my positions that I hold. It usually has some amount of like base in reality that I think it's real. So like if someone has a different opinion than me, then like I think it's fun to like have a conversation.
100%.
Throw out hypotheticals about like to see how far and how consistent someone is when they're like arguing a point. So like I'm not gonna take you're calling me out, so I'm not gonna help you like try to prove something. But like yeah, there's just a whole bunch of stuff that like I like being not a contrarian, but like I just
listen.
I like to talk sometimes.
Contrarian is the wrong word. Okay, let's just establish that. I'll walk it back. Okay, you like to stir the pot. That's more accurate.
I don't even like to stir the pot. If someone just has a different opinion than mine.
You
like,
just said you like to push people to like
what?
see what they'll say. To see how far their argument. Yeah, to see how far their argument will go.
I mean, no. If we have a different opinion, I don't let you. If someone says their opinion, I'm not just gonna.
No, I know you're not. No, yeah, like. I see what you're saying. I don't know what the proper term for that is, but yeah, it's fine.
I think what I said was a proper term.
Sure.
Bitch. Right, Mary Cola.
What?
Mary Cola.
I believe, sis. I believe. I believe in a thing called love. Yeah, what else was I going to say about that? Probably nothing. So no, I don't think you're a contrarian. I think that it's healthy to talk about differing points of view, and that you're usually really calm about it, actually. So that's good. I admire that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad we could clarify that. So, what should we talk about? What's our next topic of conversation in Just Chatting?
Sorry, I'm actually responding to something. I don't in the chat. So you could
Oh, are you now? Ooh. Oh boy. That's a hot topic. Can we talk? No, I'm not gonna put you on blast right now. Unless you don't care.
What did you say? Can we talk?
I didn't finish the thought. I was gonna ask you something, but I kind of don't want to put you on blast either.
You can put me on blast.
You don't mind? Okay. What is your problem with ACAB?
Oh, all cops are bad. I think it's kind of like. Well, I think firstly, like it's kind of like optically a horrible take to like promote like a way to defund, quote unquote, defund the police and redistribute some of like the funds that go into police work into other social programs. So, and I'm assuming that's what ACAB people think they're doing.
Yeah. So, okay. So your problem with ACAB is defund the police, or these are separate things?
My problem, my problem with ACAB, that's such a like, optically it's just a bad catchphrase, and then like, when it overgeneralizes a group of people, which are police, by saying all of them are bad, and I'm sure people who are ACAB don't mean literally all of them.
No, they don't.
But the majority of them are, correct?
So, I think that it's a response to the Blue Lives Matter movement, which is already offensive, right? Do you see why? Do we need to unpack that?
No, I mean, yeah, I understand how, like, do you understand? I mean, okay, I understand that. Do you feel like Blue Lives Matter, like, has now, like, evolved into a different part of culture, that it's no longer, it started off with racist intent as a response
Right,
to
correct,
Blue Lives Matter.
correct. Then that was the issue with it, yeah.
So in your mind, could someone be part of the Blue Lives Matter group and not be racist?
So,
Like,
I
could
think...
someone feel like, yeah, sorry.
I think that somebody could, if they were ignorant of the racist past of the term, unknowingly be
I think
Blue Lives Matter. But I don't think that somebody who knows genuinely what it came from can use it in good faith, right?
I think most people who have like a Blue Lives Matter shirt, who has a flag with a super fucking blue line on it, aren't sincerely saying that Black lives don't matter.
I really hope not. Like, I probably not, but
I don't have any like study to disprove it, but I'm gonna assume that like most of them don't hate black people or aren't wearing Blue Lives Matter merch as a response to like
ignorant is a good word for it. Thank
make
you,
fun
Mary
of,
Koala.
like, Black lives. Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly hope that that's their intent for sure.
So, and you're saying that ACAB is a response
to Blue Lives Matter, right? So like they're sort of polar opposites. At least in that previous iteration of Blue Lives, where it was a racist response. So instead of Blue Lives Matter, all cops are bastards is a way to think about it in a way that's countering the counter. Now, I kind of hate myself for doing this, but I think that ACAB is a cop-out. Bad joke, dog. Because obviously, just like you said, it is a generalization of a far more nuanced and far more complex questions. It is absurd to think that in a society we would function, hot take, not really though, like, it's absurd to think that our society can function without law enforcement. Like, I'm sorry,
well, I mean,
that's actually, like, for me, an immature, a naive political view.
So in your opinion, are they being literal with by saying
no? They're not. They're not. It's for me. It's a response. For me, it's a response to the. It doesn't like. But if they are like being literal, then it's a cop out, right? Because that is a generalization of, like a more nuanced, complex issue. But it's like a response to the other side that like all cops are good. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like the Blue Lives Matter people that are like all cops are good. We shouldn't question what they're doing. Versus all cops are bastards. Like it's not. That's black and white. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It doesn't work like that. Like, cops do protect people. I had a former cop in my class who had been through some really traumatic stuff because she worked in San Bernardino, but her goal was legitimately to protect people. Like, I know that, like, from talking to her. I know that some cops are racist bastards. I know that some cops are just trying to do their job and get a paycheck. And some cops are motivated by a sense of duty, loyalty, protection. It's just, police reform is needed. And the thing about defund the police, as like unfortunate as a like political slogan to rally around as it is actually a pretty noble concept. Because, for example, in Orange County and I think LA County too, there have been instances of the police shooting somebody with a mental health issue that wasn't a threat. Okay? Because, like, it would be one thing if the person had a gun, right, and was shooting at the cops. But, like, an unarmed person who had a mental health challenge could have been seen with the cops or even on their own team with a mental health unit and de-escalated the situation. So when defund the police means let's not buy the police a new tank, let's use that money to fund a mental health unit, 100% on board.
Are we talking about ACAB or are we talking about defund?
We're talking about defund the police now.
So you want to get off the ACAB?
I don't have anything more to say about it, do you?
No, I just think it's
That's fine. That's fine. I understand. I understand why people use it, but I get why you wouldn't like it.
So to defund the police, I don't have anything wrong with defund the police either. I don't know. I don't have the. I don't have like a super conservative kind of like ideology. Like.
No, I know. You tied ACAB with defund the police, so that's why I brought it up. Like.
No, I said they're both. I guess when you poll them, they're both. They don't have a high. Voters don't really like view them popular.
Yeah, because I think people think that when you say defund the police, you mean get rid of the police, but that's not what defund means. Yeah. Defund means take money that goes towards excess money for law enforcement and use it towards, other means of protecting society, like de-escalation and things like that. But
I wouldn't argue against that, and I think that I wouldn't argue against that. I would always say that, like, sure, I would agree with all of that, but like largely, that's not what the voters have. That's not the impression voters have.
No, that's not what. Like, that's why I said it's. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, well, so like going into a spiel about like, well, actually, what defund the police actually means, kind of like, I know what it means. I don't like. That's not my point. I'm just saying that voters, it has a low popular polling.
No, that's a great point. That is a very valid point, and that's why I mentioned that it's kind of an unfortunate political slogan because it's not something that people rally around. Like it should be, but like it's kind of hard to rally around a negative for the most part. You know what I mean? Like if the slogan was something like fund mental health. I mean, people feel like that's failed, but like if there was a better way, like a marketing way, whatever, political slogan way to say that rather than or fund mental health units, bring mental health care to the police force or whatever it was, right? If that was the way it was approached, like it's a positive approach rather than a negative approach, I think it might have more traction. That's just kind of me spitballing, but I think that voters tend to resonate more with a something like that than something that's like get rid of this or like, you know what I mean? Like, or instead of like, oh, let's get rid of the military, blah blah blah. It's like let's increase funding for schools. Because teachers need this, facilities need that. That's, you know what I mean? Like, and sometimes they're not like the same thing at all. Like sometimes you're equating one thing with the other. Because the truth is, there's probably some police departments that need more funding. So like the panic that comes into people's minds, or the police union, or whatever. Because like there's some pretty like interesting like things going on in police reform, even though at a national level that kind of stuff has sort of failed. Where people are trying to be more involved with the community, things like that, to resolve some of the tensions that have happened. I think that unfortunately in places with, pretty dark histories of not just police incidents, but like lynchings and things like that back in the past, there's a really bad taste in people's mouth for anything that happens. Right, it's a very like hot topic issue. I mean, I think LA is actually one of those areas because of the Rodney King riots and all those things that happened. I don't think that they're through that. And I just like found out that Oakland was under like 20 years of basically super. What am I looking for? They were supervised by the Justice Department for like 20 years because of a history of racial injustice in that department, and so that's letting up. And there's some worries that they've said they've made reforms, or some worry they'll be backsliding. But the point is, like, there was like a pretty well established history of racist police action in that department, so that it took the Justice Department to kind of sort things out. I don't know how that actually works. I'm not an expert on police reform. Obviously, no one probably would think I was on the Twitch stream, but I'll just create that caveat anyway, that I don't know if it was actually helpful or not. I don't know enough data or enough information about it. This is just something I heard about on the radio that I didn't know. So, anyways, well, cool. Well, that makes sense. Glad we cleared that out. Oh, yeah, I didn't.
You didn't even play anything.
I know that this is just chatting, Boo. That's why we're just chatting. You know what I mean?
Why don't you add a Maricola to this stream so we can talk to him?
Yeah.
No, if you want.
No, it's okay. Yeah, if he wants to.
Whatever.
I'm gonna go grab water real fast, and then we'll be back. I'll probably will play a game in a second, because I just wanted to start this stream.
I'm asking if you would want to join Discord so you could talk with me while Alex goes and gets water or something.
So the Discord is for, just to be clear, it's for people who subscribe or that are like my personal friends. Either way is fine to be in here. But if you wanna do that whole thing, then sure, we can give you an invite to the Discord server. We'd be happy to have you. Give me a second.
Get on so we can talk about how much we hate ACAB and how much we love the police. Okay, so yeah, I don't hate the police. I think I go about conversations about like certain I don't know how Twitch works, buddy. So I guess when he gets back, right? Just tell me your racist views on chat, so I can read them and see how based they are. Tell me how much you love police.
Well, if you would like to subscribe, we'd be happy to have you. It's free with Prime Gaming, but I don't necessarily promote or discourage that. That's just your thing. What was I doing? So speaking of Discord, I was really bad, and I didn't even notify my server that I'm live, because I was like, why isn't Jordan in here talking? Because that's kind of his thing.
Who's Jordan Peele?
Yeah, I wish I knew Jordan Peele, God.
Nice.
No, you know. From the chat. What should I play, Cody? Should I do TFT, or should I do Lost Ark? What do you think? Cody?
Yeah, what's CFT again?
Teamfight Tactics.
Is that good?
I like it. It's less action, but it's like easier to chat. Oh, Mary Koala votes for TFT. All right, we'll do the TFT. Oh my God, did I fuck up my link? I'm so dumb. Oh no, it just didn't link. That's so weird. Oh my God. Let me fix that. For my Discord. What did I do wrong? Sorry, I need just a second to fix this. Business. So TFT is a game mode within League of Legends, but it's very different from the normal game. Yeah, me too. It looks really cool. So give me a second. I'm gonna kill one of the widgets or whatever we call these in my streaming software, so that it will be looking for a game to play. Huzzah! Here we go. So I'll show you TFT while you're playing. If you're on my stream still, Senior Cody. I know, right? So, I am almost done. Not diamond, I wish. I'm almost platinum. I've got to platinum every single season, so I only have a few more days to get there. But I'm sitting at gold 1, 31 LP, so if I can actually pull out the wins, then we'll be set. Ooh, I kind of like the lighting right now that I'm getting. I do need a haircut, though. Why can I not get rid of this overlay? It's so dumb. Oh my god, what's happening? It's okay, I'll fix it. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, the next set's like, what's it called? Dragon blah blah blah. Oh, I should change my stream information. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Mary Koala. You said I do look good in this. Dragonlance, there we go. Okay. Let's change my stream info. Sing a little song about it. How do I do that? Like, so, well, I know like 3 ways to do this, so we'll figure out one of them. Let's do it this way, I guess. Here we go. So, do you see my little chonk dude? Cody? He's so cute. I love him. So I've been running Syndicate a lot. That's probably what I'll do. But we shall see. Also, my AC is like really cold right now. I guess I'll just turn it off. It's like, should I put on a jacket? No, I'll just turn it off. Are you still playing the Evil Dead game?
No, I stopped.
Oh, okay. We do love the chunky boy. Thank you for being here, Cody. It's nice to have someone to chat with, honestly.
Yeah.
Rather than speaking into the void. I know that you had offered sometime, but I appreciate it.
Speaking just to Mary Koala.
Well, I love speaking to Mary Koala.
Wow. That's such a I grew up with a speech impediment, so like it's very hard to say certain words.
Oh,
Certain words, and like I couldn't say my R's. So
really?
I would say, yeah, I would say like I would talk like baby talk. So I would
Mm-hmm.
say like um well, wed I don't know,
Wed for
ready
what?
for red or
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah,
red.
yeah.
So I would say it just replaced the R's with W's.
You'd sound
So I went to
like
speech
Elmer Fudd,
therapy until
right?
high school.
Or something?
Yeah, sort of,
Yeah.
yeah. So I went to speech therapy since until high school.
Ooh,
And
debonair champions take 15% less
so
damage?
sometimes it's hard to say certain words.
I'm
Like
gonna try.
koala.
I'm gonna
I can say
try.
if I think about it.
Oh, I kind of didn't want to do that. Oh
Red
well.
for filth.
Already done. Red for
Yeah,
filth? Wow.
I couldn't even say that. I couldn't even be a cool gay person. I say
Wed for filth.
Wed. And yeah, people would be like, oh, gagging.
Oh my.
Oh,
Wow, that's fucked up. Nobody would
no.
say that.
Why can't I say wed for filth?
Most gays aren't that brutal, but. Ugh.
Yep.
I actually had to do speech therapy after I had like some weird.
You couldn't even let me have that. You had Cody. I had to go to better speech therapy. I don't want to
No.
brag, but it was a little bit better than yours.
Oh my god, I did not say
Let's
that.
see. Let's go. Let me hear. What
No,
your therapy is.
I just went as an adult because I started to have some cognitive issues. So, and they were
you
looking into
had
some speech problems.
You had to add that cognitive inability to do something to your speech therapy. Oh, Cody, you had just regular speech therapy? Well, I was cognitive.
Girl, this is not a competition. I promise you.
I'm gonna hit my head with a hammer, and then I'll go to speech therapy, and then I one up you.
Oh my god, just to one up me, huh?
Yeah, I'll get Down syndrome with speech therapy.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure that was genetic, Cody. Damn.
Owned in this debate.
Owned. Uh-oh, I think I lost that one. I need a talent is what I need in my life, but do I have a talent? I do not. Let's we'll be kind of okay with this. I don't know if there's a good one in here. Probably not. City boys make do. What do you mean by that, Mary Koala? I'm deboners. Oh my god, I'm doing Syndicate Debonaires and I didn't even mean to. I am a genius. Not really. I might. So what are you doing, Cody?
I'm responding to someone.
Oh, nice.
It's a reference to a joke about corn.
Alright.
I didn't know. I still kind of don't know what cornholing means. I'm assuming it's shoving a corn up someone's butt.
I don't know, actually. That's a
Mary
great.
Koala.
That's
Cornholing
a
means?
great question for the ages. I don't know. Is that what that means? I think you threw him for a bit of a loop there. He was not expecting that question right now. Country girls make do. There we go. This is what I have to say about that. Oh, hold on. Got an emote. This one. Oh shit, I need probably a sword, huh? Nope, that's not happening. Alas. Is it hot in LA right now?
Never know.
Was it in the day though? It was like 99 here.
Yeah, it was pretty hot.
So hot.
This is the best.
The best stream ever. Thank you.
Just type it on your phone.
No, I'm looking up a guide for this damn game. Because I can only have so many windows open, so I have to like. I haven't run this comp yet, so I need a little guidance in my life. Okay. So it looks like I need Zyra. Oh, did you see what he said, Cody?
Who?
Mary Koala. Cornhole is actually just means anal sex, by the way. Nothing to actually do with corn.
Oh, shit. Cornhole. Anal sex.
Wait, so why in
Why not just
Beavis and Butthead is he the great Cornholio?
That's right, Alex. Get him. Bring up those facts.
No, I'm just saying, like, does that have to do with anal sex?
Fact check, nerd koala. You just got.
Oh my god. Stop. See, you do like to stir the pot. Am I the drama? Am I the drama?
Can you answer that, nerd koala? Why did the show Beavis and Butthead have cornhole?
Cornholio.
You're so smart, Alex.
I am a collection of random references and facts. I don't know if that's the same as smart. I try though.
Farmer is Mary. I don't know. Is Mary Koala in like a farming state or something?
I don't know. This is our first time chatter with us
okay.
here
I thought you
today.
guys were
So
buddies or something.
we are now.
Farmers. What a stupid fucking phrase. What? It would.
Are you upset by cornhole?
I am. I would think like farmers would want gay farmers especially would want to put corn up their butts. Like that would be like a.
Hey.
I could understand in my head. I could understand how that it came off. It would start as like an offensive kind of term to use to refer to like gay people, like those cornholers, and then it would progress to like.
Oh my god.
Like
cornholers.
How people would use it, like, oh, let's go cornhole us a girl or something like that.
Wow.
So
I don't know. But you just gave me like a Shark Tank idea. Are you ready for it? Wait, hold on.
Oh, sis.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here. That's awesome. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I got the good news that that little Zio patch, that my heart has a normal rhythm, so no like arrhythmia or anything. So that's what they were checking. So hooray! Good news all around. No, but my genius idea. So you know how there's that dating site, like Farmers Only? What if we had one, but it was gay?
Oh, well, yeah.
Dude, what if I had a farmer fetish? You know what I mean? Like,
Nice. Farmer fetish.
hey, I used to work on a farm, so
Yeah.
I need this dating app.
I remember I started dating when I was 21. I remember like I didn't understand the concept. I didn't know how you would meet gay people, and I didn't own a smartphone because I didn't own a smartphone until like 22. And I would think like, okay, do I go on what are the dating websites?
Like chemistry.com or Plenty of Fish or OkCupid.
No, there's one like there was one that felt like grown-ups use it to date, and I'm thinking like,
Match.com?
Yes.
Yeah.
Match, yes. I used Match, and like it was so hard to navigate like the web, like the dating world, until I got my phone and I was like, oh, you could just download an app.
Yeah,
Just,
so
hit you up and say they're horny.
So like the rest of the story, with me being Mormon and whatever, is I got married, remember? So
Oh, your chat doesn't remember.
no, yeah, I know that would be for you. I was talking to you. I was married to a woman. Also, Butthead was the one who turns into Cornholio, Butt being in his name, and also there were other butt-related things.
No, it was
sense.
Beavis. No, he's wrong. It was Beavis.
Was it?
Yes, it was the blonde-haired one named Beavis. Butthead had the
Fact check him, sis. You're so funny. What was I gonna say? No, I appreciate it. You're right, though. There is a general anal theme in Beavis and Butthead. So you're on the right track. So we just didn't even know. What was I saying? Yeah. So I was married. Yeah, to a girl in the temple, because families can be together forever, or whatever. And when I was getting divorced, as I was separated and she had moved on with her life, I went on for my first gay experiences, chemistry.com. So that was, and I paid for it like a sap. I probably paid for Match.com too or some shit. And I actually went on a date. But at the end of the day, it just ended up being a hookup on the second date, and then I barely heard from him. So, one of those things. And I need this bow. So then I too discovered the apps, and it was a revelation that I didn't have to match in my yellow and blue or whatever. I don't know if you've been on chemistry.com, but it's kind of clunky. And be all adult. I just got to meet people on an app based on location. It was beautiful. Then I found Growler. My first boyfriend was from Scruff. And then I downloaded Growler as soon as we broke up. It's like, what's this bear thing? Oh my god. And the rest is history. Or something. I know, it was sad, for sure. It was a choice. I'm doing okay. I'm at 68 health, but I'm not doing the worst. I think we'll make it into late game. Oh, very cool. I like Bigger City. I've met a lot of good people on there. So it looks like we're in Gen. Jin and Zyra. Although I could take this armor probably. Ash we don't usually do, but it's not a bad place to start. Damn, no Zyras in my life. So Debonair gives me, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Growler's not only mindless hookup. I've met like friends on there and stuff, but it definitely caters more to that.
Is Jordan coming on?
Oh, I don't know.
So I can debate him about.
You should tell him. Get him out here.
I can debate him about beefs and butthead with the homie Mary Koala.
With our Mary Koala.
Giving me false information.
Get him out here.
Yeah. Oh, did you know Beefs and Butthead was actually a manga before it became a cartoon?
Really?
No, no, it wasn't.
Oh,
like
you bitch.
I said it was wrong.
I was like, is that true? It's all anime style. Like maybe it's a manga now. Like yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch Beavis and Butthead. It was.
Can you do Japanese
taboo.
voices?
No.
Japanese,
No, definitely not.
When I stream people, whoever's listening, you get all the accents.
You get all the voice. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I'll make sure people get taken to get rated, or you get rated by my channel, and all my viewers go to you as soon as you start streaming. So
yeah.
Like, oh, let's go raid this channel. What could I do? I don't need that. Oh, she got yanked. Yeah, I don't know the deep Beavis and Butthead lore. Dude, Leona's a beast. She's taking it like a champ. Oh, we're both gonna lose if I don't kill it faster. Yes! Sith Chandler Bing. Alright. Alright. Now I need to, fix my thing real quick. She got what? I don't know. Oh, like she got like taken by Blitz. I don't remember what word I used. Yanked? Did I really say that? Uh-oh. I thought I said yoinked.
Yeet? What is yeet?
Nothing. It's not a word. It's an Alex Schaefer special. It's gonna be the new lingo on Twitch, the yinking. Can you imagine? Oof. Big oof. Or big mood or something. I don't know. Hey, I finally got a Zyra. there's no place for her. I guess we could get rid of Dar Binks here. I don't really need that. Oops. Talon? Question mark? Actually, Talon is not part of this setup, surprisingly. Oh, they have Ascension. Fuck. I don't know if I'm gonna win. Syndra, throw it. Throw it back. Shit. It's okay. It's all okay. We're not out yet. Sword. Oh, that Sari's kind of sexy. Ah, my sword. Fuck. Well, we'll finish Morgana, or sorry, Leona's item, and then we're going to pray for a sword, because if we don't have one, then it's not very fun. Okay, I actually need to save this item. I didn't realize it, so we won't waste those items. I'm so smart. Because they're Zeri items. I haven't run this before, so that's why I'm like, oh shit. Probably should roll more, but... yeah, we're okay. Oh man, that Swain is pretty beefy. So we need a sword and 2 bows is what we're looking for here. Yeah, we're not winning this. I mean, this round. We're not out yet. We just maybe have to... I mean, we're top 4 right now. Daddy Graves, Keeper, Innovator, Syndicate. We're kind of fighting with the Syndicate person, but one for all. I'm okay with that. Jen, welcome to the party, boo-boo. Jen probably goes in the corner. So Jen gets that, and Jen gets that. I don't really need this either for now. Gotta be strategic here. So hopefully we can pull out a win. Oh god, here's the first place person. Perfect. I really wish Braum was level 2, because he's just getting deleted so quickly for a tank. At least Leona's beefy enough to frontline for a while. Cool. Jin, stay alive, BB. I mean, this is first place right here, so we're not doing too bad. Alright. Mitigated loss, I'm alright with that. Because now, we're going to get to level 8, which is what we need. And the missing piece of the puzzle is Miss Zuri. And once we get her... oh, and Oriana, apparently. Whoops. Everything else... oh, this is supposed to be like this. Allegedly. Hey, we got our sword. Hell yeah. That is what we wanted. We got some goldies. Okay, so we could do this for the moment. Let's do that. We are missing our bows, but... I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Ah! That person. What the hell is that? That hurts so much. Enforcer. Jesus. Force sniper. I haven't fought that yet. Oof. This one's rough. We might lose next time. I guess we roll down. I'm like doing this too slowly. Leona's holding the fort down. Nope. God, don't. I hope I don't die. I think I'll make it. She needs to kill one person. Nope. Alright, we made it. We're not dead yet. Not dead yet. We got better. She's Clockwork Enchanter, so we'll put her in instead. Thank fucking God. We got our Zeri. We need bows. I mean, we got our full team, but they're not all 2-star yet, unfortunately. So we'll see how we do. You can have a scrap. Oh, this might be it. Unfortunate. Almost had it all. Come on, Leona. Nope. Damn. No. We got. Oh no. 6 sucks. 5th isn't that bad, but this means we lose a lot of points. So close. I was on the edge of glory. 'Cause I'm on the edge of glory. How you doing, Cody?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Just chatting away.
Yeah.
Nice. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, so I'm the Lunar Beast Chonky Chonk. I love these little legends. They're cuties. This was boring, but the rest of them are okay. No, Morning 1194. I do not want to buy followers primes. You are banned. Them bots. Bots are gonna bot. Alright, so this time we're gonna go with there you go. Big cuties, some might say. We sure hope they are. Alright, so this time we're gonna go for something I'm a little bit better at, which is just full syndicate. So, or if we want to get adventurous, the Yordle, but this is a better setup for syndicate. With these items. Yeah, we even got our bodyguard thing going. Sick. Stretch. I want you. You want me, baby. Yeah. Oh, I should put music on, huh? What's it gonna do?
Cops are motivated by
Tiny Titans is pretty cool, but I love Ascension. Some of my Ascension and Underdogs are like two of my favorites. What else was I gonna do? It's fine. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining me. Someone on my friends list is playing Raid Shadow Legends for stream. Interesting choices. I was looking at like, oh hey, we got a Morgana already. I love that. Love that for us. Yeah, we don't need them. So this egg thing is like a cool little thing. What? Yuck, what, Morgana? Oh yeah, Raid Shadow Legends for sure. That's a choice. They went level 4. Am I still? No, they didn't. Cronut versus Donut. What an important question. Like to be or not to be. What do I want to do with that is the question. Huh. Oblitz, the little troll. Darius! Aw, he was about to heal. Dang it, I lost. That's fine. push for, still lost. C'est la vie. This is a better use of my time. Let's go like that. Give you that. Give you that. Voila. Chef's kiss. So how's the debate, Cody? Is it spicy?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. Is it productive or is it just whatever?
Maybe.
Okay. Like, I'm very focused right now. Don't bother me. Yay. Bardar. Okay, so we need... Actually... we need the sword and we need... Damn it. We going to that. I guess the bow. Don't really need it, but... It's one of the builds. For this business. We're level 5, bitches. Hopefully we win. Guess we're behind on gold now. Oh yeah, I thought about music, huh? That is correct. So, pardon the blackness, the darkness for a moment. We're gonna get to it. We won! Hooray! Could pick up the Caitlyn. Probably should. Alright, here we go. We're listening.
yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, it's getting a little spicy. It's not spicy. It's like
Heated?
no. It's just a You know, like when you have a conversation with someone and they kind of like misinterpret something, so you have to sort of like they misinterpret something and they apply a lot more meaning to whatever's being written.
Okay.
And you have to sort of navigate and sort of like explain like, hey, you're seeing a lot more meaning in this than there is, which is like understandable, but like there's not like you could reference anything that like you've written or you said. This happens with a bunch of conversations. You could reference something so I can have a better idea of what you're responding to.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
why you feel a certain way, and that would give me a better opportunity to respond to your criticism.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. At some point you're. It sounds like a meme, but at some point you're arguing with a straw man.
No, yeah, for sure. That's a thing. The strawman argument.
Where's Santos? I miss Santos.
Yeah, I don't know where he went. I miss him too.
I miss Santos. And his one-word responses or two-word responses whenever I'm like, oh yeah, so how was your day? Yeah, it's a vibe.
Yeah, that's like a vibe, you
Yeah,
know?
it's a vibe. Oh, cool. So that's the end of the conversation? You just ended it with that? With those two words? It's a vibe. Based.
Based? Is that what you said?
Okay. Based means you agree with something.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh. How interesting. I don't know. I gotta learn the lingo, I guess. All that based lingo.
I mean,
Uh,
it means shit. That's just based, right? Miracle.
aw.
That's very, very unbased of you.
Unbased? Is that a word?
Well, I just made one.
Yeah, well, I invented yicked. No, yinked earlier.
No, you did not. Maricola made that up.
No, you said yinked. He just put it into spelling.
He made it up.
Have you watched, oh my god, my brain is Swiss cheese right now. Dan Levy's show. It's really good. Ardent Censor. Yeah, I like that one. What is that show called? Ooh, Ash. We need Ash. Yay. The show is called Schitt's Creek. Cody?
Yeah, I've seen that show.
Schitt's Creek. I love it. I just finished it. I really enjoyed it. You're like, well, I hated it.
No, that was good.
I know, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Did you watch all the episodes? Did you finish it? Look at us on a 6-win streak. We're killing it here.
Killing it.
Killing it. Absolutely crushing the opposition. And I'm at 94 health? What the fuck? When did that happen? Alright. The question of the day is which build do we go? Well, it's not that one. They took my sword. Please let me have the rod. Please let me have the rod. Let me have the rod. Yes, mama. I need like 3 more rods though. Needlessly large rods. Like fat dicks, you know? You're like, what? That's what it's called. I didn't make it up. Just reading. Renata. She's fun. Ash. probably boost to the next level soon. I don't want to lose my win streak. Damn, Bardar's still above 100. He took the Tiny Titans. I hope we beat him. Into submission. Oh, I think he wins. Fuck. He ate me. He fucking ate me, that dick. It's okay. I will survive. Let's see, what are my friends doing? Or at least the people I follow. League of Legends, Lost Ark, Valorant, Path of Exile, World of Warcraft. They're all over the place. Raid Shadow Legends. World of Warcraft Roller Champions? I don't know what that is. Evil Dead the game, Just Chatting, and World of Warcraft. Ash, get her! Yeah, Seraphine's strong, but doesn't have items, so we survived to live another day. Ooh, that's a much better enchanter for us. Excellent. Also, I'm remembering that I like this other build better. So let's do a syndicate, mama. Perfect. We like that for her. So normally I do it this way. We are standing scholar. Alright. Wow, I was just given a level 2 misfortune for no reason. I love that. Should use that one way or another. Probably do this. Oh. I guess we lose. Boop. Lay boop. Well, hopefully we get level 2s now. That's going to help us out. And then we want Jin instead of Misfortune, of course. And we don't have Zyra yet, which is a little concerning. Disconcerting? Who is still... no, that's me. Okay, I was like... Who's stealing Zyra's? Well, it's less important than trying to find one. So let's priorities here. Hey, like I said, we'll get level 2s. Perfect. I mean, I should give this to Ash right now, maybe. I'm gonna try to reroll that one. Oh, Tryndamere. You don't need to do that. You don't need to beat on my face. Ascend, mama. Yes. Hooray. So we're just gonna roll at level 7 for a while. I mean, eventually we do want to push 8, but... Oh, I love you, socialite, but unfortunately, the time has come for you to go away. Alright, give that to you, that to you, and then go ahead and reroll these in a second. Oh no! Oh hey, we killed Draven. Hell yeah. Ascended Ash Mama, that's right. Here, I'm gonna change the music a little bit for us. Let's try this one. So we need the
Based.
Based. You agree, huh?
Let's see, who is Mary Koala still in the chat?
He hasn't said anything for a bit, but see if he can provoke a chat. How's
That's what.
Oh, I got the item I wanted. Or one of them.
How's my shit stirring, you're saying?
No, I did not say that.
How's my fucking shit stirring?
Ha.
Good.
Oh, hell yeah. Did I ask? I'm a bitch. Now I'm a bitch.
Yeah, we can talk about you want to talk about, I don't know, something?
Let's talk about Bruno.
Bruno Mars?
No. I never watched
Bruno.
Coco. We don't talk about Bruno.
What is that?
We don't talk about Bruno. That's the song.
Doesn't that suck what happened in Texas? We can talk about that.
I mean,
Here we go.
yeah, it does suck.
And Alex is gonna be like, oh, well, actually...
What? How could I be a contrarian about that? Oh my god.
Contrarian Alex is gonna be like, oh, well, actually, mass shootings is very rare. It's a lot less than, like, gun violence.
You
handguns.
need to stop.
Like, Alex, can you chill for...
Can you stop, please? Literally going to be cancelled.
I only know, so I only know these like responses because like
People are stupid.
You want to prepare? Yeah, they're so stupid. Why wouldn't you want to prepare yourself for like someone who is conservative and who is like a gun rights activist who would like? It sucks, but like gun right activists know their statistics and they know like a lot more about like crime rates and like
oh, for sure,
guns, and they're able to respond to a lot better than just saying like, well, I think all of them should be banned because like you I don't know, if I feel like you should have a better response than just like all guns should be banned.
Did you know that there are more guns in the United States than there are people?
Yeah.
There are 390 something million guns and 330 million people, approximately. Like,
and I think a large majority of them aren't even like spread out. A lot of them like owned by like.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, like one person will own multiple people. That doesn't mean that everybody has a gun, but it means that people own multiple guns. I mean, and that's not even counting like ghost guns, probably. That shit's crazy. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Like the Biden administration wanted to target that. Basically, they're 3D printed guns, so they don't have serial numbers or like you can't really track them.
Oh yeah,
Somebody just made it. Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
They didn't make it illegal, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, they didn't, or yes, they did.
Yes, they did make it illegally.
Oh.
Because you're supposed to register a firearm you make. That's like part of the law.
Yeah.
but they're off the books because you just like basically printed a gun, I guess, or however the fuck they're made.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're all 3D printed. I'm not an expert on ghost guns, surprisingly. Surprising no one, actually. Enforcer would be fun, but I don't have enough. Scrap. Bodyguard's probably the most useful. Okay. We'll shed and left incomplete. What do? I need gin. Oh hey! What's up, Brom?
What?
Oh, this like my TFT game. I got a champion named Brom. I wanted him. You know? So... Oh, I'm in first place again. Nice. I thought Seraphine was going to wreck my booty hole, but she did not, so that's good. That's quite fortunate. Hey, look who it is! Ask and ye shall receive. I got a Ginny Gin Gin. I'm quite pleased. Alright, Gin. Pop off, sis.
Pop off, sister.
Pop off,
Queen.
sister.
Pop off, queen.
Pop off. So we're rolling for shit. Aries, cool, I guess, but another. We almost have a level 3 Ash, so this is kind of.
When's your next stream? Next week? I'm trying to look at your schedule.
Yeah, I need to fix that. I think it's Monday.
I don't know how to do this. Why is it so far apart? What are you doing this weekend?
Well, I'm going to LA tomorrow.
What are you gonna do in LA?
I have like 3 doctor's visits. And then I think at night I'm gonna go to Precinct and watch Drag Race. So.
Drag Race.
So if you want to go. But I still have to figure out a place to stay. If I am gonna go. It's a little hard to drive back from Precinct for various reasons. No, I'm probably not gonna drink just because I've been sick, but. Or if I do, it'll be very, 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 very light. God, we're so close. Well, I'm winning this game. You proud of me?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you that you win. I had my doubts at first.
I know, especially after my last performance in 6th place. Like, disappointing, right? What are you up to tomorrow? Work, probably, right?
Work. I have a couple books I have to read. Well, I don't have to read them. They're just fun to read.
Okay. Nice.
I'm trying to think. Usually, like, I don't know if you do this. I'm pretty sure everyone. So I guess not everyone does this, but like, whenever like something happens, like on the news, and it becomes a hot topic for like 3 days, like, yeah, I like to read up about it just so I could be able to like have a better opinion about it. So maybe like look at some like crimes committed with firearms, mass shootings.
Be up on the topic, huh?
Yeah, just because it's like it's already dying down and everyone's just not caring.
That's the cycle. It's kind of depressing, honestly. Like, oh hey, you know that horrible tragedy that happened? Yeah, well, in the NBA today, this
think it
person said this word. You know, it's so
I think
dumb.
it does suck. I wonder how like black people feel about like such a like emotional response from like this shooting when I, like 10 black people died like a week prior, and like
Oh,
I
really?
hardly saw any. Yeah, in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah, that was a week ago?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Well, I mean, so
Am I
there's
proving your point?
well, I mean, there's more. I wonder how they feel. Like,
Yeah.
they're like, man, these fucking kids got all the like the clout, and like
I mean,
our people didn't like receive any kind of like prayers.
I think they did, but like...
They didn't even receive the like memes of like, Republicans, we don't want your prayers or thoughts. Keep them to yourself. We want regulations. They didn't get that. They got just like people ignoring them.
Yeah, I don't...
Oh no, they did get like people attacking the shooter, which is good.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
like the victims didn't get like any attention, I guess.
Right.
But I guess it doesn't matter. It's, how are you gonna like? How are you gonna give so many victims like a fair amount of attention when like it's a lot easier, I guess, to like signal all your attention on like the I put all the blame on the shooter.
Yeah, I mean, it's like... I mean, honestly, I don't know. There's like a lot of different things to say about it, but one of the main things is like, I think whenever something happens, we're really quick to move on because it's so uncomfortable, right? Like, it's so hard to even comprehend unless you've been through something like that. Just somebody coming in your room. I used to like panic about it because there was a community college shooting, and I thought, what would I do? Like, honestly, like, what would I do? You know,
I would get like the thickest book, like, and then whenever they shoot at me, throw it to catch the bullet.
like, kind of my thought was always like, I'm probably gonna die anyway.
Yeah.
So why not just like pick up a desk and fucking throw it at him? You know what I mean?
Just
Like-
throw it out the window, and the shooter's like in the story like below you.
Yeah, I'm just maybe. Like, or like, why not all like just agree to rush him because like it's your best chance of survival. But like not doing that I get too, right? Because people like just panic. Like, because what are you supposed to fucking do when there's
It's like a
you know what I
it's a
mean?
fair-
Like,
it's like a fair and understandable like response to it, and I know we put like a lot of responsibility or a lot of like expectations on like police officers to respond like effectively and like methodically every time there's like a mass shooting, but like it is kind of like that's one of the issues what I had within the conversation that you might have read, that like about like there's like a misrepresentation of like the facts of the event that happened in Texas.
are you talking about how people are saying like the cops just waited outside? Because I heard that and I'm just like, that sounds wrong. I like I have to read into it, but that sounds wrong. Like,
they're referring to like the 40 and 30 minutes after the shooter barricaded himself in the classroom after he shot the kids. Apparently, the kids and the teachers in that classroom. They're like referring to the 40 to an hour that took place between that, all the kids out, because it's a school.
yeah,
Other kids not just in that fucking classroom.
yeah.
Other kids out, securing, making sure that the gunman is confined in that space, and then backup arriving. And it sounds kind of like, I don't know if it's just me that I get like annoyed or bothered that this is supposed to be like an important kind of like news story that it seems like people do care about, but like it's being grossly misrepresented online and oversimplified to the point where it's kind of like there's a lot more factors it's a mass shooting. It's not like a police officer walking into a grocery store and pushed someone.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's and that's just like my opinion. Sure, other people have a different opinion.
For sure, but it's like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, like anyone will tell. The thing is, like, I have a lot of thoughts. Hold on, let me gather my thoughts for a second.
I did have because I did reach out to other people on Instagram to like have a conversation, like, engage.
Okay.
And
God,
one
Darius
person,
just got deleted. Go ahead. Sorry.
one person posted something that said something along the lines of like, police officers just waited outside for 40 minutes while kids were being
I
slaughtered.
think I saw that, and I don't know who
And,
said that, but like, I think I might have seen the same post. Even like,
I mean, they're popular. They're going around. So like, I was responding to it, and then they were responding to it, and I like to be charitable to other people's kind of like position. So
Right,
I'm gonna
right.
give the best charitable take that he gave me. That he feels like that city specifically has a SWAT unit specifically designed to handle mass shootings that happen in schools. They weren't called to action when they didn't arrive to help when everything took place.
okay.
And they feel like that the taxpayers fund the police so much for like a situation like this that happened, but they weren't utilized, and then they feel like that the people who were killed unjustly, which is like, yeah, dude, I get that. I don't understand how like this representation of what the police did is supposed to get to that point. Like, I don't understand the connection. Like, I guess if it were the SWAT people, they would have responded better than the people who like were on the stand. Well, the police officers who were in the stand down between the gunmen and the border patrol people.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, without knowledge of the facts, there's like very little that I can say that's productive to this conversation, right? Like, I don't know if they had already been made aware that all of the people in that room were dead, right? Because I think we know that now, like, that nobody survived the shooting at all.
I think nobody in one classroom survived.
Exactly,
Like,
that's what I mean, yeah.
but there were two classrooms.
Oh, there were?
Two
Okay.
two classrooms that were connected. Just 'cause, like, I don't understand how people like feel some type of way about it and are so quick to shit on police. But
So
then, they don't even read the story.
let me maybe address that, because this is like where I was kind of going in my head, but what you've said like makes even more sense to me why I was thinking along these lines. So, like, people talk about, like, fact checking and like, but like, facts tell a story, or at least media is literally about putting facts together in such a way that it tells a story. And I would even argue that there's at least some solid neuroscience research that shows that our brains naturally default to that mode, like to making a story out of whatever happens. So if my point of view is that the police are, police need to be defunded because they're ineffective, this is just another example for that person to fit that narrative or prior bias that this belief is true. Do you know what I mean? So and I
can empathize with that point. Yeah.
No, and I'm not defending that. I'm not saying that that's good or whatever, or bad even. I'm just saying this is what's going on, it seems.
Yeah.
And I think that other people, take those same facts, or they ignore the facts that don't fit that vision even unconsciously. I don't think I'm going to be charitable and give people the benefit of the doubt that a lot of times they don't try to ignore a fact that doesn't fit. They just do, right? So But then when you bring up these other facts, it's not like they immediately change their tune, right? Because they've already created the story. So for somebody to change their understanding of the story they've created, or that is true, whatever, or they've heard, whatever it is, like requires a kind of effort that most people aren't willing to to undertake. Are you with me on that? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe that's not fair, but it seems to be what people do.
Yeah, I would say it's understandable how like people come to their conclusions based on preconceived biases.
Yeah, 100%.
And I guess I got a lot more better at not doing that from reading that book I mentioned to you, the one about like logic, about like the different methods of how the human mind reasons. And
Yeah, that's really cool.
Pitfalls that people
No,
might have
absolutely.
in reasoning.
Yeah.
And different things that you should consider when analyzing statistics and facts, and potential like social factors and other like psychological factors that might come into play. I think, yeah. So like, I wouldn't ever like argue with someone basically like I know more than them, but it's more of like.
Oh damn! I got second. They pulled ahead. Oh, that's okay. I still did well. No, in top 4, I'm still winning. So I wrecked. I gained points, so it's all good. But yeah, continue. What were you saying? You wouldn't argue with someone.
Are there teams?
No, it's individual. So I got 27 LP back after my loss. I think I'm still down, but that's okay. Get them next time. Get those meddling kids. What were you saying?
I don't know.
It's okay. Okay, I'm gonna take it.
Racism bad.
Racism bad. Something good. Okay, I'll be right back. Quick break.
Where are you going?
I just need to use the restroom real quick.
You just go right there and see.
No, definitely not. There are no diapers here. We got some stretchy stretch, we got some water, We had a little bio break, and we are back. Thanks for waiting. So, what were we saying, Mr. Cody? Are you there? Cody. Cody Co. Cody, 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 where are you? Damn. I still need more XP. There's probably some missions I can do. You can't see my client, sadly. Field 2 enforcers. Oh, I can field 9 units. Ooh, that's 200. Grant a socialite 5. Wow. Interesting. Well, when Cody returns, we may take up this topic more. If not, we'll just chill. It's a vibe. Sorry, I'm terrible. What? Ask me anything, honestly, or whatever you want to chat about. Hey, it's gonna cool down 9 degrees tomorrow. That's good. I'm happy about that. Alright, we'll probably do the same thing as we did last time. But let's start with the sword of justice. The sword of truth. I'm just checking something real quick on my promotional stuff. Someone actually comment? Is that a lie? Did they comment on my video? I don't even know. Did they I don't know where that is. Well, not important right now, is it then? It is. We're gonna have a level 2 Cassowin. Ryo. Hey everybody, thanks for joining me. Trying to get 2 plat or gold 1 35 LP. So we're gonna try to kill it. So mutant this time is actually pretty good. Probably celestial blessing. I don't know if I'm doing mutant. We might just start this, but like the debonaires, not debonaires, the syndicate's been the main thing I'm running lately. Trying to get that. Hey, so we've got a sword. Yeah, see for syndicate this is good. The sword already, we just need 1 more bow and 2 gloves. We're set for Ash. And maybe we would have got first last time, but they were level 9 and Morgana didn't have ideal items, so we'll see what we can do. Try to be at least 10 times smarter. So a Malzahar would be Sax right now, but lacking that, I feel like Enforcer could be good, question mark. Let's do this though. Let's do that for now, I guess. I think I'm gonna add that bow to him though. TF Tactics for the win. I'm on, if any of you are subscribers or you are friends of the Divinus Bear, you can join me in my Discord. If you want a link to my Discord, then please follow, like, subscribe, and I will happily invite you to the land. Or I can also invite you to the Discord, but there's just going to be a subscribers only area. Hey, what's up?
Hey, you're ending the stream?
No, not yet.
What were you saying? What were you saying to the viewers?
I was saying that I was just talking about my Discord. Yeah, pretty exciting. Like
It's so fun.
It's
so much fun, everyone.
Thanks, Cody. I appreciate it.
We see naked pictures of.
No, we absolutely don't. I'm gonna put a rules section where there's no NSFW content in this.
I'm hacking into everyone's.
There are literally some straight people here, and we want to respect everyone.
If you're a viewer, the only way to see if I'm lying or not is to subscribe. Join.
There you go.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Bless you, child. No one heard that. Never mind.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know who you're gonna vote for in the upcoming primary in Los Angeles or in California?
Well, I'm in Bakersfield, so.
Yeah, I mean you're in California though. What district are you
23rd, I think. They might have changed it.
in? Have you
I'm not voting for Kevin McCarthy. I think he's a tool. So.
Kevin McCarthy?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
He's like the Speaker of the House. He was the Republican Speaker of the House.
Oh, for your
He's
district.
he's dumb. Like,
what?
He's Republican.
What? So this is how. Whenever someone asks me like, "Hey, so like, who are you voting for? Why are you voting for? Why are you voting for them?" I usually just pick one topic or one like subject that I agree with or disagree with, so I can have a conversation, so I can be able to say my opinion, and it could just revolve around that one thing, like one issue voters, abortions or whatever. What's one issue about Kevin McCarthy, whatever the fuck his name is, that you disagree with? I'm sorry, I don't mean to put spot either.
No, it's like. Let's see. I need this sword, mama.
I'm trying to look through this. Someone linked. In this
So
Discord.
so one of the things is like just as like a, just like kind of as a matter of principle, if you will. All right. So the January 6th insurrection happens. Okay, behind closed doors, he's saying, like, man, get this guy out of here. Like, let's fuck him up, basically, like Trump, like, get rid of him. And then he backpedals on that and publicly won't support impeachment, supports Trump, this and that, because he's afraid of Republican voters. Well, they caught him on tape saying that he thought Trump should resign. But he wouldn't even admit, even with the tape, that he said it. And I just think that's, like, disgraceful to, like, not take a stand for, like, something as bad as, like, people violently attacking Congress and trying to install the president that didn't win. Like, he's just, like, he's got no, like, resolve to do things that are, like, important, you know? And, like, besides that, like, I haven't got into, like, the nitty-gritty of what Kevin McCarthy is doing for quite some time. I remember there were several things when he was Speaker of the House that I disliked, but I'd have to, that's going back a couple years, and I'd have to refresh my memory on a few things. But yeah, in general, I haven't been a fan of him for a long time. So yeah.
Yeah.
But that's like the latest thing that makes me never want to vote for him. Besides, I generally disagree with his positions, as the very conservative Republican that he is.
I wonder, other than voting on legislation and stuff, I wonder what like other responsibilities a House rep does. Is it just voting on legislation?
It's oversight as well. That's why there's like, well, so the other thing he did that I disliked is that he spent a lot of time convening. So like everything he does is for show, right? I mean, it's very typical among many politicians, but it's just particularly obnoxious, right? So like during the election time, he called Hillary Clinton in front of a committee and grilled her for hours about Benghazi, which was kind of a big nothing as far as like her role in what happened. But as Secretary of State, she made a statement that said, this is terrible what happened. I don't remember what she said, honestly, and I'm not going to get into it. But the point is, like, he wasted everybody's time. Like, instead of doing something useful, like, I'm not saying they shouldn't have investigated the attack, by all means. But, like, to, like, just grill her for 10 hours, and then to be such a baby about, like, Trump being impeached and, like, calling witnesses and obstructing things, like, it's just so hypocritical, and that shit bothers me.
So hard to like memorize like stuff like that. Like,
oh, for sure. There's just like so much going on. It's hard to keep track of it, right? Like,
there's like big key like topics that like a lot of like Republicans and conservatives like to bring up. There's like the Benghazi, the Russian not Russian collision, but the what's that fucking nuclear like substance?
Uranium.
Uranium, yeah, the uranium debacle. Do you remember that conspiracy theory?
No.
Hillary Clinton sold like 50% of her uranium to Russia or something like that.
I don't think that's true.
I mean, it's not, but like when they bring out conspiracy theories, it's hard to respond to them.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying. Like, it doesn't matter what the facts are if it contradicts the story they built. Like, and everybody does this to a degree, right? Unless they check themselves. You know what I mean? But like, we talked about, yeah, exactly. We've talked about how there's a predisposition to just sort of ignore the evidence that doesn't fit with your bias, or what you determined to be true beforehand. And that can be really dangerous, like that's like, or at least very misleading, and take you far afield of what's going on, and having an opinion that is informed or like based in reality. Like, there's various degrees of that, right? But like, it can get pretty bad. So
yeah. Yes, sir.
So if you've decided that all liberals are evil, then anything you hear which confirms that must be true, Like, oh my god. Of course she sold that. Sounds just like her. Whether or not it's true, it's just like, it fits your opinion, so you're like, yeah, that's cool.
There's
dope.
Remember when a while ago I mentioned about the study about like homelessness that I read?
Yeah.
There's this Knock LA guide to progressive candidates and stuff like that.
Okay.
And like, I'm so happy that they like referenced it. I'm gonna take like a few days off of the Discord just because like I'm gonna cool down a bit. But like, there's a lot of points I would want to like just like. I have a lot of critiques about progressives.
Pop-off says no.
Yeah, progressives and how they sort of like engage with like the issue of homelessness. Because like when I read that study, I guess if anybody does read that study, the like image that they sort of try to paint is that Echo Park. Do you remember Echo Park? Did you ever go there?
Yes, I know where Echo Park is.
That Echo Park used to be this commune of homeless, unhoused individuals, and they would they had a community garden, and like they like had community bathing that was donated by like external forces, like homeowners from around Echo Park, which like I think is wrong.
I think that's
I think
true.
What is true?
What you just said. I don't.
It's like a commute.
Like, I'll have to look into it, but like a
There
lot
are
of
some-
that. There's some truth to what you're saying. Like, but
there's
continue.
Oh yeah, so there's some aspect to and some grain of truth to that idea. Like there was a quote unquote garden to the extent that like it was a few plants, and there was like a quote unquote community shower that was like only existed because like the people around them donated to it. So it's not like self-sustaining. It's not like it won't be able to survive
Why?
in that environment.
I don't know enough about it. Like,
Well, because it relies on like an external like donations to like help keep the water supply up and like other sanitations.
okay. Oh, I got you. Yeah.
I mean, like logistically. Like,
No, I get you. I
there's
get
just no way to keep like hygiene and water supply to keep up with the amount of homeless people that are there. So it's kind of it existed. Like there was a place they could shower and pour water on themselves, but like it's also a community park, and I don't have the like news article.
Okay, so what's the study say?
So like yeah, they framed the unhoused individuals at Echo Park as people who were part of this commune at Echo Park who like lived like and like existed with each other like succinctly, and then the study goes into like the slow progression of the
Dang,
Republican
Kevin Chin just
Congressman
killed me.
Mitch O'Farrell,
Uh-huh.
who like helped constructed the anti-homeless task force, which there's going to be some truth to everything that like I'm saying, but like
Mm-hmm.
that he forcefully pushed all the homeless out of Echo Park and put them in these temporary housings with the lie of potentially giving them permanent housing. But it failed. This is what the study like went into. That it failed, and it only amounted to like 10 people acquiring permanent housing out of like 200 people.
Okay.
So like in their eyes, it was a big failure. I guess that's what if anyone wants to, and if anyone's listening, you can look up the story on the Guardian website. It's just look up homelessness, Echo Park. It's a year-long study that happened in March 2021, and it concluded in March 2022. And I guess what they do leave out is that like more than 50% of the homeless people exit out of the program willfully within the first like week or month of the program being
You mean the
enacted.
housing program or what?
Yeah, the temporary housing programs that like because this is when COVID also happened, so
Okay.
the city was trying to put these homeless people into temporary housings, and a lot of them left because they didn't like the surveillance that happened, and they didn't like the oversight that was there, and they didn't like the like amount of like loss in agency that they experienced.
Okay.
Which like I get not wanting to live in that space, but like when you're homeless, kind of like, dude, like picking the slim, you gotta like, you gotta like compromise. So
I
there are
mean,
well, let's go for it.
no, continue.
Well, yeah, there's like so the whole study goes on to there's a few individual like follow-ups with people.
Mm-hmm.
A few of them are kind of like sad that there's one person who like had to go to these temporary housings and like try to get employment, but then the job that they were applying for, the hours that they gave him would have conflicted with the rules that the hotel had.
Yeah.
Which were like you have to have like check-in points, like and if you're not there, there's 3 check-ins, and like if you're not there for one of them, that's like a point off like your record or whatever, and like 3 points, and then you're gone. So like stuff like that is kind of like heart wrenching, that there has to be like better solutions for those types of like situations.
Yeah.
And, yeah, but largely it seems like it seems like people want homeless people to be housed. They don't like the amount of oversight and surveillance that happens when you need to place these homeless people in temporary housings that require a large amount of liability that the city has to provide to these hotels. Because they can't just let like homeless people just live and exist in these environments and like destroy like the property of the hotel, because then they're like left with the like bill. They have to like pay for like repairs. They have to pay for any kind of damages that like homeless people might have. And it sucks that there is that component of liability that has to be accounted for, but like it cannot not exist. So like you have to just work with it.
Okay.
And this is just what the study. Well, this is the whole liability stuff is my response to the study. But the study just goes with other stuff.
Okay. So what is your main point? That's what I maybe want to crystallize on right now.
Yeah. I guess my main criticism is that the study leaves out the concept of liability, the surrounding residents around Echo Park who like have a positive approval of what the city has done to get rid of the homeless people. I tried looking up crime statistics for that specific spot.
I do kind of remember you talking about that.
Yeah, to see like if like because like I want to know if like crime like decreased or like how bad crime was. There were a lot of 911 calls, but I think like I don't know, it's whatever you make out of it. Like the 911 calls, people will call 911 on everything, but like it's understandable
right.
that people will call 911 more when there's like a large amount of homeless people like
I guess
within like walking distance.
Oh,
so,
okay,
like,
yeah.
So the city leaves that part out, that like people don't want to live next to the homeless encampments.
I mean, sure, but like, what would I say? Okay, continue though.
What are the criticisms that I have? I don't know. There's probably like a few other things that I forgot.
Yeah. Shit, I'm losing.
What would be your response? What would be the socialist response to this?
What would the what?
Your little socialist spiel about like why homeowners around homeless encampments should be ignored, and like we should just let these homeless encampments exist. Because I agree, we should provide public housing to homeless people.
Right.
Like,
so like, well, okay. Let's just like, I how do I want to start this? Let's not throw labels about. Like, this isn't a socialist or I guess you could be loosely progressive or whatever, but let's just look at like from a pragmatic, point of view. Okay? 1, there is a shortage of public housing in Los Angeles County, right? There are literally neither permanent housing nor temporary housing for people who are unhoused, right? Let's start there, okay?
On that point, I would just put an emphasis on those the amount of housing that's available for public housing. In 2021, LA passed a bill to fund these small like homeless like houses that were supposed to be built for an X amount of dollars. That price has increased because the amount of like I guess red tape and regulations that LA has to like make sure that like a house is livable for like a human being.
Yeah.
So like it sucks that like a lot of homeless people. I am pro regulations.
Yeah.
That's the double-edged sword that like a lot of this is getting like held up and like price is increasing and inflation is happening. So like it's now so there has to be like more money somewhere.
Yeah, so like the other part of hey, he's sipping tea. I love it. Thanks, Mary Koala. So, like, that's the other part of it, is that housing is just ridiculously expensive in all of California, but, like, particularly big cities like LA, right? Like, and so it makes it quite difficult, right, for just the housing market in general. So Salt Lake City, just to kind of give you an idea of like some solutions to homelessness, is a little bit of a I have to fucking roll or I'm gonna lose. Give me a second. What was I gonna say? Oh man, I need him.
I stumped him with my
No. I'm just focusing.
Beavis and Butthead homeless arguments.
You totally stumped me. How did you know? I need Brahm. Okay, fuck yeah. We have a chance. Please don't kill me. Okay, so they're gonna fight. That's how this auto battler works, by the way. I don't have any control right now. So I can't remember what year, but Salt Lake basically took an approach to homelessness that, well, the best way to fight homelessness is just to give people who are homeless a home. So they did. And their program was, I'm just going to make up the statistic because I don't actually know, but let's say 90% effective. Maybe it wasn't quite that high, but it was massively successful because it turns out that one of the major stressors that continues homelessness is the fact that they don't have a home. Because you think about all of the things that a person who is homeless goes through. You can't have an address for a job, which I'll give some caveats to that because I know this situation pretty intimately, and I'll tell you more about that in a minute. But like, it turns out that when you reduce the stressors that are in people's lives who are homeless, that they are much more successful, right? And they're able to hold a job because the fact that they don't have a home is part of the reason that they don't have a home. So the approach that this is referred to in like public like social work and things is housing first. Like basically we have to find this person a home and then things can go from there. Unfortunately, like with these temporary like shelters, there's a lot of rules and whatever that go into what's happening. So go ahead.
There's a lot of rules to the housing too, because LA tried doing that. What LA has thought about doing stuff like that too. The cost of housing homeless people in houses or in any type of like property would be like they have to take into account the like mental stability of that person, the chances of like failure and turnover that this
they do.
Might
they have a whole scale. They have a whole program,
and they account for all of that. And there's a lot,
so I've taken. Listen, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
They account for all of that. There's and I'm guessing in that program that the one in Salt Lake. I don't know anything about it, but like I'm assuming that a lot of the 90% approval rating would probably be correlated to the venting that happened. Like
sure, the vetting you mean, yeah.
Vetting, bitch.
I'm just saying.
The vetting that happened prior to giving these people homes, so they could be able to like.
Absolutely, no, and
destroying the property.
But like, also I don't think it's fair to make the assumption that the homeless people will just destroy the property. Do you know what I mean? Like you're making an a priori assumption, but you're not exactly. Like, should you account for the fact that may happen? Absolutely. Yeah. Even people who aren't homeless do that, right? Like, if you're a landlord, this is naturally a risk that you fall into. Like, I think my point and what they found in Salt Lake is a lot of the mental health problems that people who are homeless have is because they're homeless. If you were in that situation, you would also be extremely stressed. And stress has all kinds of effects. So, like, there's this, like, idea where we're blaming homeless people for what they're going through, and we just don't know the story a lot of the time. You know what I mean? And let me maybe make this like I want you to understand where I'm coming from. I wasn't exactly homeless, but I was housing insecure. So I actually went through the whole process of taking that assessment, that risk assessment, and I was able to find cheap housing, which wasn't. Yeah, I just deleted that shit. Whatever. No, it's fine. It's fine. And I, through the LGBT Center, was able to find a program, which I'd actually looked at before I went to them too. So when it, like, they mentioned it, I was more, oh shit, I'm out. Oh well. Ripperonis. Fifth, maybe? Probably sixth. Well, at least I got fifth. That's not, I won't lose quite as many points, but I was so close to fourth, which would have got me a few points. Oh well. C'est la vie. So, I was able to find a place in LA, which was in a house that wasn't necessarily fully safe, but it was like...
I understand...
I was in a shared living situation. So can I keep going for a little bit?
Yeah,
Thank you.
go for it.
So, it wasn't the best, but it was a place to live and get my feet grounded in LA, because I had to work in LA. So even though I have family I can stay with in Bakersfield, in order to continue to work, I needed to be closer, because I tried to commute back and forth. I tried to do Airbnbs and like started running out of even credit, and it was fucking awful, because a couple times like I had to sleep in my car. So like I think I qualified as homeless because I had spent so many nights sleeping in my car on the streets, right? Because that is one kind of homelessness. But like I was sort of more most of that time in the category of couch surfer, right? Like where I'd have to like beg a friend, but friends couldn't always do it, and I understood that, but it was also very frustrating to me because it's pretty fucking scary to just sleep somewhere and hope that you're going to be okay. You know what I mean? Like, and like what's wild, this is the wildest part to me, is that like one of the things they did is they handed me a map of where I could park at night where the police wouldn't harass me to move my car in the LGBT Center, because they usually do that. So like LA is generally, so I don't know the details of the Echo Park thing, so we'll have to come to that in a minute, but
where were you going with that? Do you think I'm just like anti-homeless or something?
No, not at all. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from, so you understand. Like I'm not arguing against anything specifically that you're saying. I'm just giving you my perspective on this because it's pretty personal for me, because I lived through a lot of this, and I lived through the it's very stressful. I lived through the experience of being homeless or temporarily and then at the risk of being homeless. And it was for the advancement of me. Like so some people literally go to work in a suit and tie, shower in the gym, and then they're homeless because housing is so expensive. So we need to not lump all homeless people, and I'm not saying you are, but just like as we talk about this, I think it's important to recognize that there are lots of different groups of homeless people that are not all the same, right? And it's important to address homelessness in all its areas, but like understand that it's not uniform. Like we can't just say they'd all destroy homes, so there's no way we could do that. Like, and so when I tried to get into a shelter, I had to be there by like 6 p.m. and I personally refused to do that. You know, like that sucks. And the other thing is like your stuff can get jacked, you can get scabies because they're not properly clean. Some of them are, but like the fact that the solution was to just give me a homeless shelter, it was hard to even find that. You know what I mean?
At a shelter?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't say, because I'm sure some of them aren't like that, but like it's also hard being gay, because a lot of them are run by religious groups, to know that for sure they would let me in, that I'd be okay, you know, like, and there's some that are for women only, and there's some that there's just like so many different conditions. And so I empathize with that person that because of the conditions that hotel gave, they were unable to get a job or keep the job that they were given. Because this is obviously a person trying, but unable to meet within the conditions given, and that absolutely sucks. And I don't think that's fair. And we need to carve out more exceptions. I think maybe that was your point too, like for these people. So, like, I guess what I'm telling you is I have personal and firsthand experience with LA's system of homelessness, and it's
So
all over the place. Okay, like it's.
I agree.
I've seen it. I've seen how it works. I've talked with homeless people. I've hung out with them just a little bit. You know what I mean? So this is like, I have a perspective on this that some people have, but not everybody does, because I've been through the system to try and get help.
I think there's definitely a lot of stuff that like Los Angeles can improve on.
Well, and like, I guess like my main point. Sorry, go ahead. I just want to make my main point in a second. What were you, Los Angeles can improve on a lot of things. My main point is that situation was so very stressful that a lot of my stress that messed with the other areas of my mental health, which were already challenging, and we can talk about that maybe some other time, but it's kind of hard to do that in this public of a forum right now. At least
they want to know.
They want to know, I know, but they will.
I feel like
we're just gonna tease that right now, so that'll come later in my tell-all book or whatever. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But no, I might, but it's not gonna be a tell-all book. It's gonna be, anyways, whatever. I hate myself right now. Where am I going with this? My point is, homelessness itself was one of the aggravators and stressors that made my situation harder and harder to get out of the situation. So having a place to sleep every night, not having to think about, okay, I need to do this, and this. You only have so much energy in your life. You know what I mean? Like, so to like have to put on top of that the fact that you're homeless, like, is like, or insecure in housing, or economically insecure, or food insecure, or whatever it is, makes it even harder to get out of it. And I empathize with people. Like, some people are like, oh my god, they just want this money for drugs or whatever, and maybe they do, because they're trying to get by, because they're getting fucked.
Do you think I'm just being insensitive or making that point?
I don't
critique.
I don't think so, but I'm gonna have to hear more from you about it before I can say.
Do you think me acknowledging liabilities that like certain hotels that have volunteered to provide temporary homeless shelter for homeless people should be a priority when like these homeless people are
no, I don't think that addressing liability is a bad thing. I think that's part of the equation, right?
Okay.
I would say, like, my main point is, like, well, there's two things, right? Like, one, it's extremely stressful to be housing insecure, okay? Like, it's awful. Fucking terrifying. And the other thing is that LA's response to homelessness is just inadequate. Like, and that brings me to Echo Park, okay?
Wait.
No, go ahead.
I would agree with like most of the stuff you're saying. There you go for it.
No, that's great. So this brings me to Echo Park. So I have heard different things, right? And unfortunately, we're looking through media to understand what's going on. I don't have enough personal connection to what happened in Echo Park to fully understand it. But what seems like what happened is that people who are homeless were finding a relatively stable place to stay, even if it wasn't a house. And there were some things like the shower and the garden which made it feel more like home. I don't know what went into that or what did not go into that. I am less sympathetic to the homeowners than maybe you are. And this is the only thing maybe where I would call you out, or not call you out, but just disagree. Is like, I don't think that like their concerns are invalid, but I just personally don't care.
So,
like, I think as a general rule though in politics, like if I'm being more charitable, is that everyone should come to the table and talk. Like, doesn't matter if I like the business or whatever. Like, if we can't get people to agree, a law or regulation or whatever is only so good as if it's followed or agreed upon, You know what I mean? So everybody has to come to the table that's a stakeholder in this situation. The social worker, somebody from the unhoused community itself, or at least that area, or several people, the homeowners, the police, you know what I mean? Like, everybody has to work it out. And I think that, I don't know. I can't judge who stayed in the program or not, but I can understand why somebody wouldn't. But go ahead, yeah, because you've made a lot of points that I possibly don't totally understand your point of, but like that's all like that's my thought. Does that make sense? My response.
Without going into the detail about the specifics of the study, there's no reason to go into it if you don't know about it. But the concept of like homeowners grievances should be, or like are less, homeowners grievances are ignored because homeless people are suffering more. I can sympathize with that, like homeless people need to have like a space, even if it's outside, that they can come to every day, and that eases some tension off of them trying to figure out where to sleep on the street or where to be. I guess it starts becoming an issue to me when like you try to take into account that these like homeowners like have rights to, and they have opinions, and if crime is increasing around their area, and it's mainly because of like a specific location and the people encompassing that spot, mainly homeless people, and if homeless people are a net negative to the neighborhood, which is I won't go to the study, but we can assume there's stealing happening at stores, and there's pollution of the lake that's there, and I think that like I can understand sympathizing with homeless people because they're suffering a lot, but like you can't be homeless in that park.
Okay, so
when the city is providing a temporary solution and solutions to solve that homelessness.
Okay. Let me pause for a second.
Go for it, sis. Yelled at.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna get yelled at.
No, not at all.
So let me ask you this: if you were a homeowner and you had a family, and there was a lot of crime happening in front of your house, and
what's that emoji? Sorry.
And you could see it was
downvote.
There's a correlation between the homeless people at that park and the increase of crime.
Okay.
Would you be okay living in front of that?
Okay, so I have a couple questions then that go with this.
Okay, answer that question, then you can ask your question.
Well, no, because it's directly related. Like, do you have statistics to back up that the crime rate went up, or is this just the perception of what's going on?
So it's just the perception of like maybe 911 of the 911 calls being called their arrests obviously don't match up with the 911 calls. So there's a perception of the homeowners that something is happening.
So you're telling me that homeowners are calling 911 and the police are arresting homeless people. That doesn't prove that crime has gone up. It just proves that enforcement has gone up. Do you know what I mean? So I don't, but like I guess what I'll say is I don't know the facts of the situation enough to debate you on this issue. Like I would have to read, I'd have to do things, but even that, like the data is flawed essentially because of what I just said. Do you know what I mean? Like that, or it's not. I don't know if flawed is the right word, but we have to take into consideration that the tensions and worries of the homeowners probably led to a higher rate of arrest enforcement. So did the crime rate go up, or did the police just enforce against homeless people because of perception that homeless people bring crime? Do you know what I mean? And it's like I just like you could argue this point back and forth. It's a chicken or the egg type thing. Yeah. So what was your original question though? Because I feel like I sidelined it a little bit and I didn't mean to.
Okay. would you be okay with a homeless encampment being within walking distance in front of your house as a homeowner? If you had the perception of crime happening there, like let's say you, for some reason, I don't know what, you're like an uptight Karen, and you assume like crime is happening there.
I mean,
would you be okay with that?
One, I'm not an uptight Karen,
Okay,
and two,
you yourself then. Would you be okay with that?
Yes, I would. I would.
I think you're. So I think you are lying.
Really?
You're being disingenuous. Yeah. No, it's
Okay.
only natural to like us. It's only natural to be like wary or concerned about your living condition.
Okay.
If you're living in front of
Okay.
a space where you think crime and
If you're
bad stuff is
asking,
happening.
if you're asking, would I have concerns? Yes, I would. That's fair.
Okay.
Okay. Would I
Yep.
would I be on board with the police just like uprooting them and shoving
No,
them
but you
someone
would-
else? Not necessarily. Okay.
But you'd be a homeowner and you would probably voice your opinion at like
For
a city
sure.
council meeting, and enough of those people
For sure.
have the same
But
opinion as you
and here's the thing. Go ahead.
representatives will respond. So if enough people have the same opinion you do, representatives for that district will respond to you.
So here I get to be the socialist, okay, or play the socialist at least. The homeowners have power in this situation because they have money and they have the ability to get the police to enforce things on their behalf. And the homeless
Yes.
people do not have as much agency in that regard. Would
They
you
get-
agree?
Yeah, they get to have police, in a sense, respond to something that I'm sure, like, I mean, the police can't just arrest someone for no reason. But
No.
I understand, like, they in a way can enact city ordinance to not allow like homeless encampments
Well,
to happen at
the
park,
police
and
are
that can-
the police are used in the interest of the homeowners and the city.
no, of the public. Yeah.
Well, no, because the public includes the people who are unhoused.
And they're not the majority of the public, though.
I don't know. I mean, there's so many fucking homeless people at this point. I don't even know. But like, probably not. No. But like,
Yeah.
in that area, probably homeowners to know. But like, they're a sizable enough population. Their interests need to be addressed. Do you know what I mean? And people raised a ton, like millions, to solve this problem, and LA is not doing a good job with this. But continue. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to finish. Not interrupt, but I just wanted to finish my thought. I wasn't trying to cut you off or anything.
Yeah, they're sizable to the extent that like we could understand that they're present and they like exist. They don't have the same political will or the same political power as like maybe people who are housed and who do live in the surroundings.
Do you think they have the rights? Should they have the same political rights as people who have a house?
Like to vote? Yeah, sure.
To vote? No, to be represented by the government. And their interests be represented by the government.
Sure.
Okay. No, I mean, in abstraction, yes, right? I don't know if you actually believe that, but like...
They should, I guess every citizen should, in theory, be represented.
Yeah, but you don't believe the homeless
Well,
people
there's-
really should. No, I'm just being a dick
okay,
right now,
do-
but like...
Would you say that like 50% of the country that voted for Trump should have their fair representation, and should that representation should trump yours?
They shouldn't trump mine, no. Huh?
But then, what do you like? Yeah, they should be represented to the extent that like they also have a voice, but like
Yeah.
it gets outshined by people who have contrary beliefs in them.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, they should be represented.
Okay,
yes,
but so then we
they're
have to go... No, continue, sorry. I have a point to make after you're done. I didn't mean to...
the people who live in the surrounding area have more power because they just vote and they have more political power and more political will.
Okay, correct. So let me go back to what point I wanted to make that's, I think, pretty important here. And that is, I don't blame the homeowners for wanting their interests to be represented. As a political class, it makes sense. They're self-interested, right? That totally makes sense. And you calling me out, you have to remember my values are somewhat different than maybe what those homeowners be, and the fact is I'm not a homeowner, right? So
But
I'd have to put myself in that situation.
could sympathize that. Like, I feel bad for her. I feel like I come off more like
no, I know.
sociopathic or something like that. When I'm
No, you're not a sociopath. You come off as a little bit hyper rational. That's it. Which isn't terrible. It's just, it is what it is. Okay, so I think at least, like, and I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying you come off as a little bit more hyper rational. Is that fair? Like, unsympathetic to the homeless. Okay,
I don't
even
get
though
it.
I don't
get
think.
that.
Yeah, I know you don't. That's why I said it. Or I was assuming you didn't, at least. I guess I don't know your mind. But my point is, I blame the city of LA, right? Because you can say that, oh, well, these people have places to go to, but there's a line to get
I
into
did not say
shelters. No. I'm not saying you did. I said you could say, like, the homeowners could say, oh, well, the city of LA is providing, housing for these people, so what's the big deal if we move them somewhere else? Well, they're not really, right? For one, the homeless people obviously have concerns about going there, whether they're valid or not, and it's just like the homeowners, whether they're valid or not is another question, right? But the fact is that they dropped out of the program, they don't want to be in these places, and the reasons for that range from mild to wild. Let's just say that, okay? Like, I think that's, without getting into too many details right now, because it's not my main point, like, that's true, or that's probably true, okay? Because drug use, mental health issues, etc., right? Or personal blah blah blah. It's complex. Like, the problem of homelessness is enormously complex. It's not as simple as people maybe think. But that being said, LA is not meeting the needs of most of the people who are homeless, and especially the people pushed out of Echo Park, right? So even though it may or may not need to happen, I don't believe for 1 minute that there are enough social workers, therapists, psychiatrists, etc., to deal with the needs of that population. And also I have a predisposition, because they're a vulnerable population without as much like political capital because of the wealth disparity to make their interests known, like or heard. Like, I defer to wanting to help them, right? Or make sure that their needs are addressed and heard, at least. So LA already has a problem. They dealt with it this way because they did. I don't know what else to say about it. And so I don't know what's happened to this population. Now, your other point, though, was the Guardian fair in its representation of what happened? Probably not. The Guardian has its own, like, what I mean is, like, the study happened and they reported some things, but not other things.
They're very similar in the same type of narrative, so, like, it's the same. But, like, the Guardian did, I think, a good assessment on how the study presents itself.
Okay. So you like their coverage more or less?
I mean,
or you're saying, is your fault with the Guardian's coverage or with the study?
I guess both a little bit.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair.
The Guardian for leaving out the idea, leaving off
the liability.
The fact, no, that, and
Oof, I'm
the
losing
turnover
again.
rate.
This is not so good.
The volunteer turnover rate that happened.
I don't know why I'm getting
with
stumped
the homeless
so bad.
people who were part of the program.
Oh, they didn't include that? Okay.
They didn't they didn't mention that the homeless people like half of them exited within like the first week.
Okay, so that is an important fact to bring in. So the thing is, as we were talking about earlier, the Guardian, one, has business interests to represent, and they also have an ideological base or whatever bias. So even though they probably report the facts to a more or less satisfactory degree.
Wait, why are you defending the Guardian? Like, I don't have.
I'm not defending the Guardian. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Like.
No, but it sounds like you're trying to justify the Guardian.
I'm absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. No. What I'm trying to say is, like we had in our previous conversation, the Guardian will tailor the facts or the story to fit their story. Do you know what I mean? Like the story they're trying to tell about homelessness, about the use of police, about capitalism, maybe. I don't know. And whether or not that's correct or not is, for readers to address. But your point that they left out some of the facts is valid, especially as they contradict that. Now, if you were writing a story, do you omit some facts? Absolutely. Do they have some leg to stand on in including some things but not others? Sure, but it is also a little bit suspicious, right? That they happen to be the ones that don't support their narrative as well, because there are things that are important to know. And I'm glad that you've done some digging around to be fair in what you like and don't like. And the study, I don't know, and so I'm like, we're talking about shadows right now, like, or I'm like the blind leading the blind or whatever. But I think this is an interesting phenomenon that happened. I don't know. What else do you want to say about that, or what?
No, nothing. I put the name of the title of the Guardian's article. It's 1 year after LA evicted the unhoused from park. It has links to the actual study. The study's very long, so
yeah.
if you like reading.
Well, I think that main point is probably not surprising to me and valid, that they didn't find themselves in stable housing after, like, maybe... I don't know to what degree it was promised or not, right? But, like, the fact is, it goes to my point that LA County did not adequately address the situation. Or the city of LA, rather. But
I think that's a fun conversation to have about, like, what solutions you can provide to homeless people.
No, and I've thought about it. I've thought about it quite a bit, and I'm not saying I have all the answers, but it's like...
In large part, there isn't enough research and there isn't enough funds to help all the homeless people. And the homeless
but like,
is increasing.
I think that...
Go for it.
No, I'm interrupting you. Go ahead.
The homeless population is increasing. There's not enough resources to help all the homeless people, and you have to take consideration of who gets priority, and it's usually the homeless people who are more well equipped to be able to handle like a daytime job, or who are mentally sane, who the city is able to like pump funds into them,
right,
so they can get positive net benefit once that person is able to like live in that.
Right, and they have a scale, right, that they use to assess all that, and their own vetting process. And I'm not sure that scale is the best or not, having taken the assessment, but whatever. Like, I will say that I benefited from the resources given because I had a PhD and I was homeless. Do you know what I mean? Like, I had a high possibility of getting a job if they could help me through the stressors and events that led to that homelessness.
What's one solution you would provide to people who probably don't have the same advantages that you did? Like,
So,
don't have education or a marketable skill that they could be able to interject themselves.
Or they're not white, which is unfortunate, but probably goes into it, you know?
Well, yeah, sure. And they're like, what would you do? What's or mentally, mainly people who aren't mentally sane enough to be able to hold employment. What solution could you imagine to help them?
Well, one, there's housing and resources for people with disabilities. So, like, one solution is simply connecting. Well, okay, let me make a point, and then I'll come to address your question, because I don't want to lose this idea. So you said something that there's not enough money to help all the homeless people. I think the bigger problem is that the funds are mismanaged and not put in the right place. I think that there's a lot more that could be done with the money that is there to help homelessness, because you can't just throw money at the problem. That's what LA is essentially, in my view. I mean, whether I'm right or wrong, this is my opinion. Yeah. LA has thrown money at the problem and seen that it doesn't fix it, because they don't have a plan that addresses the core issues. So that gets me into your question, but did you want to respond to that real quick?
Can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
So, I think that that's it. This is my opinion. That's an oversimplification of LA and
Probably.
like, the amount of resources that they have and the lack of resources that's available for them to pump into homelessness. I think that ignores like how much money they pump into like trying to figure out who trying to figure out what candidate is able to like perform without like a constant stream of money to help like keep them housed. And
Correct.
I guess I don't know. I don't think mismanagement is a huge problem that like homeless. It could probably be an issue, but I don't think it's as big of an issue that you probably think it is.
Well, like, what did you think I meant when I said mismanagement?
You think that like some monies that go to certain programs can be redistributed to another program that might be more effective there?
Sure. I think they could get more bang for their buck. Because of the red tape, because of the regulations, whatever reason it is, there are constraints on how people who are unhoused are helped by the services available.
So certain regulations and building zone codes like isn't a factor when it comes to like funding like specific programs. So I wouldn't think that like.
Oh, I thought you made that point earlier.
No, I mean, it doesn't like correlate with like the money isn't going to fund the zoning laws that are there. They exist there prior to like any funding happening.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that maybe certain actions would be taken, but because of those regulations, they can't be done, right?
I would agree, yeah.
And regulations are important. They keep people safe. We would want people who are homeless to be safe, but it is also important to keep in mind that sleeping in the street versus not having enough lights or something like are not equal. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying ignore regulations or safety or things like that at all, because we don't want that building to light up in flames and people die. Like that's awful. Like you need to have some standards, but so like you said, there are different ways that people have studied this problem and tried to address it, and I can't speak personally. Like I said, what I was saying was like a perception and opinion. I need to know more about the facts to say whether or not that money could truly be better spent, or if that's just an idea that I have. But I will now answer your question about how I think homelessness could better be addressed by, because that's my point, right? Like, it kind of dovetails off that.
A specific group of homeless people who are mentally
Oh, yeah. So, what is difficult is
I mean, it's hard. I agree. It's like a hard.
Yeah. So let me lay out the problem, and then hopefully in doing that you can maybe even help me with the solution. Okay. So one issue is just a simple staffing fact. I don't believe there are enough psychiatrists to help the number of homeless people in the city of Los Angeles, because my gut feeling, other than a place like where I went, like the LGBT center, is that many of the psychiatry appointments go to people who have more money, right? Or populations that are not as vulnerable. Okay, that doesn't mean that there aren't programs or there aren't psychiatrists, but like the wait time, right, and the access to care might be delayed. So one of the issues that helps, that people have kind of like tried to help with, is like just getting the person who doesn't have an address or doesn't have a stable location registered with like Medi-Cal can be a process. So if they don't have Medi-Cal, it's much harder for them to be seen. Like the ER will take them and they have to, but like getting regular care with like a psychiatrist, which is crucial for some people's mental health care, is like step one, okay? But like addressing the mental health of the homeless population is enormously complex. And just like there's generally not enough funding. So maybe one of my answers is to put more funding into the mental health system.
Yeah.
And especially for people who are, unhoused. Because it is in and of itself a huge stressor, it takes a special kind of privilege, okay, or training or access to resources to have the mindfulness to sit in that much stress and be a person. Because when you're in a state of either traumatic stress or you've had a history of trauma, which is part of why you're there, or even if it's addiction, whatever it is, being able to sit in that shit and come out a person is so hard. But I think in general, like even though this sounds stupid and trite, it's not. Like even like a free yoga class in the park, like not like on the fucking beach, that's great or whatever, but that's really bougie. Like some kind of just like, or even just like a mindfulness class or some kind of like things like that would help people. You know what I mean?
I can't wait until you go to your social work and then you're like, hey, so I have this coupon for a free yoga class, and the homeless person's like, what the fuck?
Not a coupon. No, I know. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm sure. It does sound very condescending to like homeless people who like struggle, but like I'm sure it would provide some.
I promise that just focusing on the breath is like really helpful for dealing with stress, and so I come from a place of privilege, and I recognize that, but also like sincere, believe me, and like.
Fuck yeah.
And
just need to learn how to breathe.
No, that's not what I'm saying either. We all need to learn how to breathe, honey. Like, let's be honest. But like, I'm just saying, like, it's a part of a comprehensive, and they probably need therapists, right? Like to meet with regularly to talk through some of their concerns. And the LGBT Center is one of the places that deals with that vulnerable population. But maybe there's ways to target. Veterans, for example, like better veterans care, because there's homeless veterans. Maybe there's ways to, help certain subsets of the homeless population to better. Go ahead.
I won't disagree to like a lot of this stuff. I just think that like viewing it through the lens of, these homeless people can stay in this park and have encampments, and like that's good. I think that's like a very short-sighted way to solve.
No, 100%. But like, my practical question is, where do they go?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Yeah, I agree.
So, to me, it is not a solution for the unhoused to live in a park with a shower that depends on whether the people of Echo Park are generous enough to donate water or not. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a livable solution. Oh my god, I got 4th place. Yay. So at least I get some points. The solution is to find them housing. Like, it's a really simple, like, equation when it comes down to it. Like, everything I said is bullshit if you cannot find housing for the unhoused. The only solution to homelessness is to get people a home. Like, as reductionist as that is the solution. Do you know what I mean? Like, finding them housing is the only way to end their homelessness. Like, oh, is it? Can you hear me now or no?
No, I can hear you now. You're kind of delayed, though.
Oh, weird.
Oh, no, it's on track. I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, like, we're going to end the stream in just a minute. I appreciate everyone that's been here. You're amazing. I love you. Thank you, Mary Koala, for being here and contributing and being delightful. I hope that you come back. And hugs and I will catch you later, stream. I'll hang out with you more, Cody, if you want, though, unless you need to go to bed. So, anyways, good night, stream. I'm gonna sign off and have an excellent night. Make sure you follow